Good morning, everyone. Can we all hear me? Can everyone hear me? Um, at the back, can you hear me? If you can, just wave your hand. Let me see. Awesome. So it's a pleasure for us to have us present for today's annual general meeting for IIBA Nigeria. And we are at the point of starting the event. One thing I just want to say is for us to sit back, relax, and enjoy the conversation, the collaboration, and the networking. And because the goal of everything is for us to see how to move the IIBA Nigerian chapter forward. Well, before we start or before we proceed, I would like us to take the national anthem of Nigeria, saying that we are all citizens and also members of IIBA Nigerian chapter, excluding Darren and Kokesu. So can we just stand up to take the national anthem?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Very much for that. So officially the AGM is open and we started. So before we start, just a brief introduction of myself. My name is Genesis Sewenyoku. I'm the current director of sponsorship and membership, and I have the honors of being your compere for today's events. Thank you so much. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to read through the agenda for today. The first item we'll have is the registration and arrival of members, which would currently be ongoing all throughout the time of the AGM as people come in. Then we'll have a closing remark from the current IIBA chapter presidents. And then by 10:30 to, fortunately by 11:30, because we've overshoot by 54 minutes due to some issues, we'll have a special presentation from Kokeso Chaba Matuba, who is the current IIBA global representative, and we'll be discussing future ready, building resilience and value in a complex business landscape. After that, we'll gather for a group photo and also a tea break closer to the afternoon, and then we'll come back again to continue with each member directors in the current board giving their annual reports and highlights of what they've been able to achieve so far within the first half of the year. And then we'll open up the floor for members to give feedback, ask questions, make their comments before we then go for our lunch break. When we return from the lunch break, that's when we'll have the time to welcome our new board members that will be joining us. So we're going to have introduction and induction of newly elected chapter leadership. And then after that, we'll end with a strategic roadmap and key initiative by the IIBA Nigeria newly elected presidents. So once we complete the induction and introduction of the new leadership, the new president will come forward to give his own speech and also talk about the new initiatives that we want to accomplish. And then after that, we'll close the events, and then we'll have the time to network and engage with one another. So having said that, allow me to welcome Madam Sylvia Nwoko, our current IIBA Nigeria chapter president. Please, with a round of applause, let's give a round of welcome.
Thank you, Genesis. Thank you, everyone, and good morning. And I must really thank you once again because I can see lots of faces that I saw yesterday. So you sacrificed yet another day for the chapter. Your beautiful Saturday morning, we must say we are most grateful. Thank you. It is with deep gratitude and excitement that I welcome you all to this year's International Institute of Business Analysis Nigeria Chapter Annual General Meeting 2025. And just as Genesis has mentioned, this year's theme is Future Ready, Building Resilience and Value in a Complex Business Landscape. So get ready for some insightful information. I'm sure we're all still trying to recover from all the impactful information we got yesterday. This theme couldn't be timelier. The business analysis profession, as always, is evolving rapidly, shaped by digital disruption, economic shifts, and a growing demand for problem solvers who can drive innovation and resilience. Today, we gather not just to reflect on our progress, but to recharge our vision and position ourselves and our profession for what lies ahead. Over the past year, our chapter has experienced both remarkable growth and honest challenges. From our stakeholder roundtable and study groups to our first ever media engagements across radio stations in Lagos and Abuja. We've been steadily expanding our influence and reach. Our partnerships have matured, our events have drawn record participation, and our move to a more agile WhatsApp community of practice has helped us connect in more meaningful ways. But we've also faced hurdles, logistic constraints, volunteer burnout, and process bottlenecks that sometimes limit how fast we could move. Yet, we are here, still standing strong, still learning, and most importantly, still committed. This AGM marks a pivotal moment, not just because we're unveiling our strategic roadmap for 2026, but because we're also inducting a new leadership team. A team I believe will take our chapter even further than we dared to dream. To our members, whether you're newly certified, mid-career, a veteran in the business analysis space, I say this: you are the reason we exist. And you are the reason we'll continue to push our boundaries. To our volunteers and directors, thank you for your service, passion, and resilience. You have carried this chapter through both stormy and sunny days. And to our incoming leaders, welcome. The path ahead is filled with opportunities. And I am confident that with your vision and dedication, we will soar even higher. I encourage each of us to be present, be engaged, be open throughout today's program, share your thoughts during the feedback session, network, reconnect, and most importantly, renew your commitment to the business analysis profession and the community that supports it. Once again, welcome to the IIBA Nigeria Chapter AGM 2025. Let's build this future together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Please let's give another round of applause. So I appreciate Madam Sylvia Nwoko for all of the wonderful and impressive work she has been driving and, achieving within the chapter. So to move forward, because we're really behind time, join me to welcome Kokeso Chaba. Pardon me if I don't if I make a mistake with your last name. But before you take the stage, just allow me to give a brief introduction of Kokeso. I find it easier calling him Kokeso. Right. So Kokeso is a partner manager with International Institute of Business Analysis. He's an experienced business leader with a strong background in strategic partnerships, business analysis, client relationship management. He's well-versed in business growth strategies, having worked across various industries throughout Africa and the Middle East, where he has helped organizations to build and unlock value, drive performance, and also ensure resilience in complex environments. In his current role as a partner manager for the International Institute of Business Analysis, Kokeso leads strategic engagement with corporates, academic and government partners across the Africa and Middle East region. He works closely with organizations to elevate business analysis profession, supports capability development, and align talent strategies with global standards and best practice. Kokeso brings both strategic insights and practical experience to his work, with proven track record of strengthening client partnerships and delivering measurable business outcomes. He is passionate about empowering individuals and teams to adapt, innovate, and thrive in today's rapidly evolving business landscape. With a standing ovation, can you all join me to welcome Mr. Kokeso to the stage as he gives us his speech on the topic Future Ready, Building Resilience and Value in a Complex Business Landscape. Thank you very much.
Jeez, what an introduction. I can't even recognize myself from that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me, and I think most importantly, trusting me to speak to the community at large. I know when Sylvia told me that I'm going to be a keynote speaker, I was like, okay, what do I speak about? But I figured it should be something that I'm very close to. So the topic in itself is not future ready, building resilience and value in a complex business landscape. However, it is a topic speaking to this as well, but something that I do on a daily basis. So my topic for today is the International Institute of Business Analysis as an ecosystem. IIBA, AAE. Of course, not to be confused with one of our certifications. I'm not sure if any of you know which certification that is. By the way, it's all members, mostly members in here, I'm assuming, right? And future members as well. Right? Do we know which certification I'm talking about? IIBA, AA, C. That's the Agile Analysis certification. When I thought of this particular topic, it actually built on some of the themes from yesterday. And in fact, I was taking notes. Unfortunately, I missed one or two sessions. But from today's session, I'm hoping that so from the notes that I took, I'm hoping that it'll speak to some of the things that were mentioned by some of the speakers yesterday. I think of great importance, Delvin highlighted obviously some of the BA skills that are needed, right? And I think what stood out most importantly was the shift in mindset of not being the move away from thought leadership to more thought learning, right? We need to become thought learners, continuously reinventing ourselves in the way in which we apply ourselves. And there were questions and comments. I remember Alberto said yesterday that we need to be creating armies of business analysts within our organizations, right? And I'm hoping that particularly on this topic on ecosystems, some of these will resonate with you, or will be things that you take back with you, either to practice on a day-to-day or to even your organizations, and maybe even by extension to your families as well on a day-to-day as well, right? There were also questions around how do we get business analysis in the boardroom? You know, not just being from an operational point of view, day-to-day requirements gathering, but how do we then elevate the practice of business analysis in the boardrooms? And then again, the one thing that actually also stood out for me from yesterday's speakers was the positioning yourself as an individual, as a BA within the profession. How do you become visible within the spaces in which you operate, right? And the other one I had was being teachable, which speaks mostly to the thought learning element of it. So on the topic specifically of ecosystem, and particularly IIBA as an ecosystem, I'm sure if you probably do know of what an ecosystem is, there's probably a wide variety of definitions of ecosystems. Right? I particularly drew from a definition provided by a gentleman who's one of the partners at EY, who defined an ecosystem as a purposeful business arrangement between two or more entities to create and share value for a common set of customers. Every business ecosystem has participants and at least one member who acts as an orchestrator of the participants. This resonated very well with me when I actually thought of the topic of building this ecosystem, and particularly IIBA as an ecosystem. Why? Because I looked back at the vision that is of the IIBA, which is to shape the profession of business analysis, right? To achieve better outcomes, right? And the mission as well, to lead global business analysis standards and communities so that everybody can also achieve more. So as the IIBA, in shaping the profession and in leading these communities and creating all of these standards, it's an ecosystem, and IIBA in itself is not some office in Canada feeding down all of these standards and certifications to the community at large. As an ecosystem, and this is why I've got this lovely slide here which says IIBA as an ecosystem. All of these culminate together to say that there are two sides of the coin, really, if you think about it, which is the communities and the curation element of it. And one can never exist without the other. And I think if you look at this model, you probably know of the Beckham on how all those elements all speak to each other. Similar to this model all the ecosystem players are interconnected and, most importantly, balanced. And the balance comes from the fact that each of us have something to contribute in a measured approach. And I think the balance is created on the right-hand side from the curation side, which Delvin and his senior leadership team has the hard task of leading at the end of the day. Right? And all these different parts interact one way or another. But not just that, it continues to evolve. It evolves because each part is speaking to each other, because we are applying all of these standards, because we are here today sharing the knowledge amongst each other. We're going to go back and do things differently, right? In our day-to-day practice when we go back to work. And I'm sure, definitely we'll delve in here. Also, he's going to be doing something else differently. Why? And by the way, let's actually give Delvin a round of applause, guys. I think at least I haven't been with the IIBA for too long, right? But from the little knowledge that I have and understand, probably Delvin is the first IIBA president to come to Nigeria. Woo-hoo. This goes to it speaks to the fact that in order for you to create and co-create and curate, right, you need to understand how is this thing that you are managing being applied and how does it impact individuals on the ground, right? So that's why I'm saying IIBA is not, some office in Canada shoving standards down and certifications down people's throats, right? It is a community and ecosystem which relies on the different elements for it to exist. And then I'm gonna just break it down, speak more to obviously the community side of things and the curation side of things. I particularly requested today, and I'm sure if some of you were here yesterday, you might have seen that none of them had a laptop in front of them. They had a clicker. Today, I specifically, it was a special request because I wanted to show a bit of value to the $55 to some of the members, right? I know your membership, you guys pay $55 in the region. By the way, you've got student memberships, which we'll speak to as well about in a bit. I'm going to go into a bit of a show and tell, and just try to understand if some who may not know the value that comes from obviously some of the curated side of the ecosystem. So if we look on the left-hand side of this ecosystem, we look at the communities, which is more people-driven, right? This is where now you are looking at the communities who are actually applying, sharing, and creating some of these contents through various mediums and platforms. You've got chapters, the Nigerian chapter. You are here today, attending a conference, sharing the knowledge amongst each other, right? And then we've got partners, we've got members as well. From a chapter's point of view, so maybe before I get into that, let me just take a step back as well. In one of the decisions that was taken, probably intentionally, by the IIBA leadership team, right? To say that when they looked at this professional association, yes, even though founded in Canada, predominantly North American, grew in Australia and the UK, and growing in Africa as well. Delvin and his team and the board at large probably took the decision to say, yes, we are North American, but there are people who are actually practitioners applying standards everywhere in the world. Let us place individuals in these markets so that they can not only sort of evangelize business analysis, but understand what business analysis means on a day-to-day from an application point of view, right? And this is when they took the decision to say in the major markets in which IIBA has membership, there needs to be a representative in that market. And this is where the likes of myself, as a partner manager of the IIBA, comes in to sort of now try and manage all of these relationships within the ecosystem, right? And bring the value as well to you as members. So you, being a member, belong to a chapter, the Nigerian chapter, right? So the chapter in itself is where you come together. I know there's a particular a portfolio, which is professional development. And I think for me, that's one of the portfolios that I love the most, because this is where the application and the sharing comes together. So whether you are in Nigeria, whether you are where I come from, South Africa, whether you are in Canada, the UK, there's a chapter for you to belong to. And this is where then IIBA as an ecosystem says to you that no matter where it is you are, you've got a community to belong to. Take the content, localize it, apply it within the market in which you are in. Share the knowledge amongst yourself so that you are able to grow and become a better practitioner every single day. And then I'm going to speak to members first before I come to partners. By virtue of obviously being a member, I did say, and this is the heartbeat, really, right? Even as the organization seeks to grow, we are seeing, a lot of members continuing to renew their membership, meaning that there is value that they are seeing, and hence why we call this the heartbeat of, if you think about it, the ecosystem. Because if you don't have any members who are not only consuming, right, applying and contributing to the profession itself, what are you as an organization, right? And this is why we say, from a membership point of view, this is the heartbeat. And I go back to the point I made earlier as well, that the intentional decision for the IIBA to say, let there be partner managers within, especially where you are seeing the membership base not only growing, but as robust as we've clearly seen over the past couple of days since we've been in Nigeria as well. And then within the communities element side, we've got the different partners. We were fortunate enough over the past couple of days to have visited MTN Nigeria, which is in the room, and Old Bank. So it's one thing as a practitioner to obviously understand, apply all of these standards on a day-to-day, but you don't exist in isolation. You exist within an organization, and the organization draws value from this profession. Mentioned, IIBA is there to ensure that they evangelize for the profession. Basically, the wind beneath your wings, right? So the organization element of it is to say that, yes, even though you're a practitioner, we are ensuring that we are embedding and advocating for these standards that you as a member are going to be, not even a member, but as a professional, as a practitioner, right? We are there to embed and advocate for these standards and drive for the alignment. Simply because, if you're looking to bring in standards, you're looking to have an element of consistency within the organization at the end of the day. So in this regard, we've got different, partner programs, right, in terms of embedding standards and adoption of these standards and frameworks. We've got the partner program, which I spoke about, that over the past few days, we've had the privilege of visiting MTN and Old Bank, where these, and there are many more, I would say, right? But because of the engagement that we've had in the past, these were organizations that welcomed us to say, we would like to, bring in IIBA standards within our organizations. What are the sort of opportunities that, from a curation side, you can be able to assist? Because from the community side, MTN, I would say, and I've seen even in some of the reports that they've already started engaging within, the community in itself. So the partner side of things would include the likes of these organizations that are looking to embed these practices and standards within the organizations. And we've got academics as well. I know yesterday there was heavy advocacy for bringing business analysis into universities. And the IIBA does have a program, particularly in that regard. And last year, we actually launched the student membership as well, which is also in itself starting to gain traction as a result. Why this is important is because some of us, including myself, may have been BAs by accident. Right? So bringing in this profession at a very early stage of your career, I would consider studying as a career, it also prevents coming across business. You're working into a working environment and not understanding what requirements gathering is. You understand now. You have to understand it from a early learning stage in universities, and these are universities that are now adopting IIBA standards within the curriculum, and also ensuring that at least by the time a student leaves their university, even though they might not have taken an ECBA, right, they would be at least ready to sit to take at a very minimum an ECBA. Not talking CBA because there are different requirements as well when it comes to that. So these are also the types of programs. We also have training partners as well, as some may know, who their role within the ecosystem and partnership is to ensure that the certifications on the right-hand side, which we'll speak to, it is vetted training in line with what would be required from a certification and standards point of view. So yeah, as mentioned, the left-hand side of the community is largely people-driven, and why this is important is because as members, it's not an idea. Well, people join, professional associations for many reasons, right? But deriving utmost value, and I do encourage each and every one of you to derive as that $55 can go a very long way. It can go a very long way, right? I would encourage you to immerse yourself in the community, learn, and we'll speak a little bit about the certifications. One of the other things actually that made me particularly want to speak about this particular topic, I think it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I attended a certification on a webinar, which was hosted by Jared. And there was a question particularly by one of the members around the fact that they've been certified and they are not seeing and finding the opportunity, right? Mine was to also give them a bit of a challenge as well. I felt the need to respond, by the way, when that particular member said, and I know Jared did a great job in obviously responding as well. Mine was to say, it's one thing to want to get certified and have that designation behind your name, but that don't work for you. It won't open the doors for you. You need to work. You need to build the community, and this is why the IIBA, as an ecosystem, you need to volunteer. You need to put your name out there. You need to mentor other people, get mentored. Right? This is the whole purpose of the ecosystem. As a result, you are here today. I'm sure many of you have made contacts even outside of the organizations in which you work for, right? So by virtue of that, connecting with other people. You are growing that network, and you're learning from other people around you, and you also have something to offer as well at the end of the day. So this is you working that designation at the end of the day. You don't just get that CBAP and think that opportunities are going to come your way, come through within the ecosystem. Whatever contribution you can make within the ecosystem, I'm sure it would be much appreciated, be it by the chapter, be it by any of the corporate partners, or even any of the other members as well. Now, this is from a curation side. This is where now the likes of my boss's boss. I always say he's not my boss; he's my boss's boss. There's although we don't even hierarchies in the organization. They've got the. I'm not sure if it's a fortunate task or unfortunate task of ensuring that of everything that's happening within the left-hand side. They need to ensure, obviously, there's structure in place to ensure that even the ecosystem in itself functions as effectively as possible. And I think in the definition earlier on, I had balanced in brackets, particularly because of this reason, because it needs to be very intentional, right? In the way in which you are structuring this side of the economy. The opportunity is there. I mean, how many people out there practice analysis, business analysis, right? IIBA can just decide any day that they're just going to open up to, and in fact, it's open to everybody. Let me not. However, the intention comes with, you need to be measured in the approach at which, number one, you create and curate these standards, right? So yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a very, I'm not sure, fortunate or unfortunate task that the leadership team does have. But the importance of this side of things is to create the reputation and the credibility so that people can be able to trust, obviously, the standards that they interact with, right? Because if you're saying that you're going to go into an organization and apply a standard which will ultimately create value, how do I know that, this thing is going to bring in the value that, but the beautiful thing is also, because you've got other people applying it within the community, you can go back and learn from them. I'm not saying you're going to take and copy and paste within your organization. You're going to take, refine, see what works for you, feedback to the community, to the curation side of things, which there are platforms, by the way, in creating all of these standards. Remember, I said earlier, we don't create these, or IIBA does not create standards in isolation, sitting in an office in Toronto somewhere with a couple of, I would imagine, probably white, old, middle-aged men thinking about how are we going to obviously create standards for the rest of the world, right? It doesn't work that way. It works from feedback from the community in itself, in various forms, and this takes various forms, various shapes, which, by the way, remember, this is interdependentness. Even particularly on the left-hand side, the community side of things is what drives what's happening on the other side. So be it through the communities of practice which you have within your organizations, you are able to contribute and drive the standards that the IIBA, and in fact, I believe the current standard that does exist was, in fact, all of the IP was as a result of workshops that were held with practitioners on a day-to-day. But then now the question is, if no matter where you find yourself, particularly on the left-hand side, ask yourself what your contribution is, or what your contribution should be in the content that is being curated by the IIBA. You can't sit in big, not even little, big. Sorry, this is Africa's biggest economy. You can't be sitting in Nigeria and be saying these things are being brought to us by people who don't understand our market and why don't you make the IIBA understand your market, your model in which you operate? The platform is there, the opportunity is there. I think these 3 particular points, Knowledge Hub, standards, and certifications, before I go in fact, I'm not going to sort of go in depth, but this is where the show and tell that I wanted to talk about would come in. How many members do we have in the room, just out of curiosity? By show of hands. I would say probably half the room, maybe. And how many of you interact with the resources? Not just the BA book, by the way. I'm talking about resources. How many of you do interact with the resources? Knowledge Hub? Knowledge Hub? Okay. All the other standards outside of the BA book, the guides, competency assessments. Anybody taken the competency assessment before? Okay, I'm seeing a nod. Okay. Cool. This is where now I actually wanted to, I'm not going to go through Knowledge Hub in the interest of time, but one particular resource, I'm not sure how many of you have seen or utilized this resource. I'm seeing your hand, I'm seeing your hand. Oh, it's been a long time. I'm going back to some of the points that were raised yesterday, that we need to continuously be learning. And I think it was very much intentional by the curators on the right-hand side to have a digital sort of repository such as this, as well as the Knowledge Hub, because they understand that business or analysis, right, be it as a job title or as a practice or as a mindset, right, is complemented by a whole lot of other competencies as well, and capabilities. And this particular one, which is the digital online library, we've got over 11,000 books in here where you can learn about other skills, upskilling, continuously learning. Any topic. Somebody just give me any random topic that you would be interested in knowing about or reading about or upskilling about. Anybody? Anything? Any topic? Whew. Speaking, good. We were talking about blockchain yesterday. Let's see what we are able to find. Maybe if you can, yes. We've got plenty of resources and books which you are able to upskill yourself around. I could tell Wale's passion when he spoke about blockchain yesterday as well. So for some of us who are not very well versed in that regard, probably we also need to read a little bit more. I think there's also a dummy, something about blockchain for dummies in that regard. So these are, by the way, I came across the PM book the other day here as well. Yeah, in here, my man. Let's see. PM book, but I think it is the, there we go. What's the standard? Yeah. Surprising. And I think for me, I find I find these tools to be quite instrumental, because on a day-to-day, if you as I'll go back to my presentation, as as an analyst or as a practitioner, are expected to create value. Obviously, we do know that business analysis as a profession is a bridge between business and whatever function within the organizations. We need to continuously upskilling ourselves. And from a curation side, I think amongst some of those, we're not saying IIBA is perfect, but the tools and resources frameworks are the templates which you are looking for. I'm not going to go into the Knowledge Hub in the interest of time as well. So I think I'm going to come to an end very shortly. So if we understand the essence of an ecosystem, which we spoke about earlier in terms of the interconnectedness, the left is feeding onto the right, and the right is from a curation side as well. I'm not sure, have I been audible, even with my mic being this low? I'm struggling to actually keep it up here. Am I still audible here? Is this better or is this better? This is better. Okay. My apologies, by the way. I think 80% of my presentation has been with my mic over here. I do apologize about that. I told you, I'm not used to being a guest speaker. I'm not used to being a speaker. I'm used to online engagements. My apologies. So the nature of an ecosystem is that it continues to evolve, and it doesn't evolve in Canada with a few white men sitting in a boardroom talking about standards in terms of how are we going to tell people how to do business analysis. What are you sitting in this room doing to make sure that this ecosystem continues to iterate and becomes better? And what are you doing to evangelize so that other people can come into the community and contribute and make it better? Are you a mentor? Are you getting mentored, be it within chapter, be it at work, be it wherever it is you're doing, right? Giving back. And I've mentioned that the left-hand side impacts or influences the right-hand side and vice versa as well. So we need, as individuals here today, to ensure that we continuously contribute to it. Right, whether you're writing articles. If you don't, this is a challenge I'm giving you today. If you don't know, I'm not saying I do know, right? If you don't know how to, if you want to contribute, reach out to me. I won't have the answers for you, right? But I may know people who may lead you in the right direction. It is my duty, it is my job, being a partner manager, to ensure that the functioning of the ecosystem, in a way, is as effective as it needs to be as well. So if after today you are unsure and you are saying that Nigeria is not being recognized for the potential that it is, what would be the reason for you to say that? Because I'm giving each and every single person online and in this room the challenge to say, what it is do you need? I'm not saying things are going to happen overnight, right? Also, that's also one of the things that we need to keep in mind. But I did say the fact that Devon is here today goes to show that, somebody is listening. What's going to happen, we don't know, but we'll see what the future holds from a curation side of things. My very last slide for the day is the repetition of that question again. What is your role in the ecosystem, right? By the way, you can play multiple roles within the ecosystem, both on the left and on the right-hand side as well. Ask me. I should have had that. Ask me as well. But I think from an engagement point of view, I will encourage each and every one of you. If you are saying that you are a business analyst and your organization is is not taking business analysis as a profession seriously. I'm not saying we're going to change it and we're going to come in. Let's have the conversations in the room to see what are the issues, what could be the opportunities. It won't happen today, it won't happen tomorrow, maybe 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, but someday it will happen. But someday, the membership of, I think it was Dio who said that we could easily get 10,000 business analysts from Nigeria, which is true, by the way, right? But this is not something that's going to happen overnight. It is going to take one day at a time, each and every one of us evangelizing, talking about it, applying business analysis, giving feedback for it to get to that level. Yes, I'm sure Delvin would love to see those 10,000 members from Nigeria membership, but we need to be methodical in the way in which it's also approached as well, and we're not making promises as the IIBA. So, as a practitioner, you are not just a consumer. On the left-hand side, you are a contributor. You are a fellow curator, co-creator, change maker, a value multiplier to ensure that the ecosystem continues to function as effectively as it should. So remember that every requirement that you write, every meeting that you facilitate, and every insights that you share within, be it your organization, be it within the chapter, wherever it is in the ecosystem in which you're operating, you are moving the needle one step further. And I really would love to see, but I'm already encouraged by the level of engagement that I've seen. And I hope to see Nigeria's potential reach even a greater height than where it is at the moment. Thank you for allowing me to pick into your minds for a bit. I hope that somewhere, somehow, somebody may have picked something which may have, touched you somewhere and added value in some way or form. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to Koketso for that value-driven special presentation. Actually, it's my first time of hearing IIBA as an ecosystem, and that changes the whole game, right? Seeing yourself as a piece within an ecosystem. So with that, because of the fact that we are really pressed with time, I'd like us to get on with other things we have today. So we are at the point whereby we'll have a group photo session. So I would encourage us to just take a step forward so we can quickly have a photo session, then go for our tea break, and then come back for. So please, if you could just stand up and then come forward. First, it will be with the board and special guests, then everyone else. Let's see how we can achieve this within the next 5 to 10 minutes so we can quickly go for our tea break. Thank you. Yeah, so please, let's come forward and then take a group picture. For those of us that are joined online, do well to turn on your camera so that I can also capture you at the background. Yeah. Have people here, then people at the back as well. Hello. Please join us at the stage. So let's say IIBA. One more time, IIBA. Okay. ahead to have our tea break within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Then we come back to continue the session. Thank you. Those of us that raised up our hand, please, can we just come forward, yeah? Thank you. The lady on black. Can you play Shari? Or you've played before? Okay, cool. Thank you. There's one more person sitting close to you that raised up her hand or his hand. Okay, Queen, right? Can we all encourage them with a round of applause? This is going to be very brief. Very, very brief. Trust me. Okay. Unfortunately, I wanted to actually say that, but I okay, maybe we'll have to. Okay, let's just go ahead.
Let's bring a guy so that he can mess himself up.
Don't worry about that. I'm happy with the ladies leading on this. So this is what we are going to do. The title of the charade is My BA Tool or Technique. So the four of them are going to go there to pick up a slip. And please don't show anyone what the slip is. All you have to do is just to demonstrate, act it out, and let the audience state what you are trying to act. You can use a word, but not directly relatable to what you are trying to demonstrate. Okay? So please, let's encourage them. Let's participate. Try to guess what they are trying to demonstrate. Okay? Let's see those that have higher communication skills aside talking. So who is going first? Are you going first? Okay. If you want to go first, just raise your hand. If you are ready with your own, okay. Go ahead. So let's begin to think about whatever BA tool or technique that she's trying to demonstrate. Yes, okay. SWOT, wonderful. Who said SWOT? Wonderful. A round of applause for him. Wonderful, wonderful. Did she do well? So she was showing strength, right? Awesome, awesome, wonderful. What is the name, please? Temidayo. Let's put a round of applause for Temidayo. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes, so much. Who said elicitation? Who said elicitation? Yes, requirements elicitation. Let's clap for her. Exactly. Process mapping. Let's clap for her. Then. Okay, no problem. Use that story. Awesome. Let's put a hand of applause for each and every one of them for the wonderful communication and demonstration. So as we proceed, we'll start with the annual reports and chapter highlights. So I'll be inviting members of the board to step forward to give their annual reports and key things they'll be able to achieve within the course of the first half of the year. And to start the report, allow me to invite our chapter president, Madam Sylvia Nwoko, She comes forward to give the presidential report and highlights. Please, let's just clap once again for her. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Genesis. Good morning again, everyone. When I said presidential report, I was like, oh my goodness, am I in House of Assembly? All right. Over the past 1 year, we have engaged in a lot of activities. So I'm just here to give you an overview of a lot of the activities we have been engaged in and literally how far we've been able to steer things in certain directions. So this covers the period 2024 to 2025. So following my earlier welcome, I'd like to present this 2024-2025 report. And this period has been one of purposeful growth and meaningful engagement for our chapter. And so there are certain standout milestones that I would just highlight. The first was last year, November, we had our stakeholder roundtable event, which we were supposed to have engaged about 10 different key stakeholders in the industry. We had the pleasure of having Mrs. Titi Oshodi, the special advisor to the Lagos State government on climate change and circular economy, join that meeting. We also, amongst other people that attended, we also had the honor of having Mr. Koketso join that meeting online. And it was a high impact session that positioned business analysts actually as drivers of digital transformation with rich conversations on AI, data, and sector-specific needs. I remember Mrs. Oshodi really gave lots of insights on what we can do with regards to climate change and recycling plastics and a lot of more in-depth information. In February 2025, through radio features in Lagos and Abuja, we reached over 17 million people, helping to demystify business analysis and raise chapter national profile. This was where we were privileged to appear on Classic FM 97.3 in Lagos and Classic FM 94.3 in Abuja, basically trying to raise the awareness of business analysis and our evolving space. And then all through the rest of the months, we have had study group sessions, we have had professional development sessions, and we actually celebrated or marked the International Women's Day, which was in March. And this was a very impactful session that kind of projected the female voice, if I might say so, and encouraging more women to step into leadership. We had the honor of having the IIBA South Africa president attend that session, and she really shared loads of insights. The recent professional development session that we also had barely 2 weeks ago, which Kokes also mentioned in his presentation, which was handled by Jared Gorai, is the Director, Chapter and Member Engagement for IIBA Global. This is where he completely dissected all that you need to know about IIBA certifications. And this is also to remind you that the recording of that session, as well as the resources, are currently up on our website. And then at some point in April, we had a knowledge sharing session with MTN Nigeria, where one of our directors was able to lead a virtual session. I hope a couple of you joined. It was quite insightful. This knowledge sharing session helped us build a stronger ecosystem of influence for business analysts in corporate Nigeria. And then for our community, we have successfully migrated from the Telegram group we were on to our current WhatsApp community of practice. For those of you that were here yesterday, we tried to share the link for you to all join. And as I speak, we currently have about a little over 360 70 members on the WhatsApp group. We were a bit more on Telegram, but it ended up being that even though we were about 700 or so on Telegram, it was not very engaging. So we'd rather have a small number of people deliberately engaging than just having a large number of people not engaging. So we're happy with this WhatsApp community of practice, and we look forward to more engagements there. Event participation and volunteer interest continue to grow, testament to the passion and potential of Nigeria's business analysis community. Like every thriving business, when you talk about your successes, we also have challenges. And so few of our challenges have been volunteer burnouts and leadership engagement gaps that slowed down a few of our plans. For example, we had delays in our banking processes, limiting our support to members, especially for the IIBA fees payment. If you remember, if anyone was here last year, AGM, we did state that one of the things we're going to look into going forward was to see how we could assist our members pay for their fees by the members paying in the Naira equivalent into the chapter's account. And then since we get remittance in dollars, we would use their chapter account to pay for your fees. Long delays with the banking process stopped that, but the good news is I believe the banking sector has opened up more now. So I hope from your feedback, you let us know if it's easier now for you to pay your membership fees. Another challenge that we faced was our website and digital content. Uploads and reviews. We've had a serious underutilization of that aspect of our work because of the lack of resources or dedicated resources to help us. So all of these amazing things that we have done, the radio station appearance, the different study groups and professional development sessions, not all of them are currently on our website because we had been seeking volunteers to join. We did have a lot of volunteers join to be able to help us do that. But unfortunately, you need to be a member. You need to be in good standing financially as a member for you to access the back end of the website to help us do that. So that was a challenge. So even though we had a huge pool of volunteers, a lot of them were not in good financial standing with their membership payment. So that's why they could not help us. So going forward, I believe that all of you would deliberately make efforts to be in good standing so that you can assist in any way that we seem fit. Thank you. So all of these challenges listed, yes, they are challenges, but they are not setbacks. They are signposts showing where we need to better our systems, collaborations, and leadership depth. As I round off my tenure today, we induct new leadership today. Here are a few focus areas that I would just suggest that we believe to shape the next chapter. We will need to streamline operations and onboarding more volunteers, deepening our corporate and academic partnerships, part of which has already started with the visits that we had, thanks to Mr. Delvin and Mr. Koketso. We'll need to continue our hybrid events model to expand reach and relevance, and we'll need to explore sustainable funding and sponsorship structures. My heart is full of gratitude to the board, our volunteers, and every member who showed up, contributed ideas, attended sessions, and held us accountable. To the incoming leaders, you inherit not just a structure, but a movement. One that is future-ready, people-powered, and full of promise. Together, let's continue to grow the practice of business analysis in Nigeria. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to have been of service.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. To be very honest, the last part of this presentation was a bit emotional for me. But thank you so much for all of the wonderful work that you've done within the chapter, for all of the progress that we've made within the past 1 year, 2 years, and so that you've taken over the reins. I would If you have any questions or feedback, please just note it down so that once you're done, we can take all questions and feedback at once. I don't want the question and feedback to, further delay the time be allotted for this particular presentation. So moving forward, join me in welcoming Sheyo Badimeji, who is the current Secretary and Director of Operations, to come and give his own highlights on what we've done so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It's so cold here. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, that's much better. Okay, so I'll just be giving the annual report from last year, 2024 to 2025. Okay, so mine will be a very short one, but of course, if you have questions, I'm available to answer. Okay, so I'll start with the summary. Over the past year, right, I've had the privilege of serving as a dual capacity of the Secretary and Director of Operations for IIBA Nigeria. During this period, our chapter recorded notable improvements in governance, operational structure, stakeholder engagement, and strategic visibility. This report summarizes all our accomplishments and, of course, ongoing initiatives that we intend to do this coming period or this coming phase of the IIBA Nigeria chapter, and, of course, recommendations for the future. So in terms of key achievements, in terms of operational excellence and governance, we had a centralized documentation system. Initially, that didn't exist, where we had a shared folder where all documentations are created and everybody has access to it. That's within the board. And of course, if it's something that we're going to share out, we'll send links that you can have access to. So we implemented a structure of repository for board files and reports, improving operational transparency. Then board meeting structures. Initially, it wasn't well structured. We didn't know when the board meeting will happen and all that. So we introduced a standardized agenda, template and action tracking mechanism, resulting into more efficient board management. In terms of regulatory compliance, our president has been handling that, and she has done so well in that, ensure that the chapter met all IIBA global reporting obligations, working with the president. Now, in terms of program and events execution, you will notice that from last year to this year, we've had several learning series, working with professional development. We supported the professional development team in ensuring at least 4 high-impact knowledge sessions with, of course, significant members. I would just urge all our members here and upcoming members to always, get linked or connected to these learning sessions. There will be more this year with, the new president coming in. I think he has a lot of itineraries that he's bringing up, and of course, it will be very, very impactful. All right, in terms of membership and volunteer engagement. So membership growth backed campaign that led to a 15% increase in chapter membership. 823 active members, 37 new members as at July 6th. Of course, that has increased. And of course, we had 339 certified members in the past year. Please, can you give us a round of applause, sir? Okay, so for this coming year, we expect to do more and to drive that more, and I'm going to speak about that towards the end of my report. Of course, volunteer onboarding guide. Sylvia has just mentioned that, and we are looking at, we've created something, but of course, make it much more structured, more dynamic in terms of onboarding and engagement framework for volunteers. Of course, I'll be working with the new teams that are going to be joining, and of course, we would be able to drive this to perfection. All right. In terms of strategic partnerships in progress, I had to put that in progress because as at early this year, we had engagements with Alt Bank. Of course, you're looking at me, yeah. Okay. Alt Bank for Edu Fund and IIBA Nigeria. It was an initiated strategic partnership with Alt Bank and the Edu program. So this initiative aims to empower professionals and aspiring BAs through the access to flexible financing for certifications, career development, and of course, structured learning. Right? This collaboration aligns with our chapter vision to reduce financial barrier and of course, build BA talent pipeline across Nigeria. Like I said, with the new crops of directors that are coming in, we are looking at, increasing this and of course working with Alt Bank to achieve this. And of course, Devin has given us like a structured roadmap for that in our, conversation. All right. In challenges, of course, you guys should clap now. It's not actually easy to, you pay this funds in dollars. And of course, I know so many people have challenges paying dollars. I know some persons have mentioned that directly to me. So, having this engagement would further, boost our people to actually make payments easily. All right. So in terms of challenges encountered, volunteer capacity. Limited availability from volunteers due to personal commitments affected delivery timelines on some initiatives. I recall I really want to appreciate the volunteers that joined me, in coming up with some of the things that you have noticed in the last 2 days. Wherever they are, really appreciate you. If they are online, please let's give them thumbs up and clap for them. Okay. So, volunteer capacity, of course. While we have the directors, we're also looking for volunteers because you should have like a minimum of 3 hours in a week devoted to IIBA. Usually it's a bit difficult, but we always encourage our members at least to devote. If you have ideas, you can always drop it. If you want to join the volunteer team, just devote like 3 hours in a week, right? It's not like 3 hours that same day. It can be 1 hour on Monday, it can be 1 hour on Wednesday, it can be 1 hour on Saturday, yeah? And of course, this will actually help not just IIBA Nigeria, but of course, for us to actually drive efficiency across Nigeria. Sponsorship engagement is one of the other challenges. Economic constraints impacted sponsorship traction, particularly for events with hybrid or physical components. So this year, we are looking for more sponsorship. I can see many faces here, right? And we are looking at your faces. You know your company can do more for IIBA. So I'm speaking out ahead of time. So when we engage your companies, please kindly sponsor. This one is not a plea. So you have seen how the events go. Of course, we want to make it much more impactful, right? And to drive, a lot of, I'll still use the word, a lot of impact into people in terms of understanding what business analysis is and how they impact their industry. And of course, we can't do this alone. We also need sponsorship. So I'm saying it now that by the time one will start engaging your organization, please, oblige that they sponsor some of these programs, because from the roadmap that we're looking at, there will be trainings or sessions, either hybrid or physical co-locations, and those venues are not cheap, right? Getting this venue alone isn't cheap, and we're looking at having that consistently for us to be able to grow IIBA across Nigeria. So just look out for that. Then, recommendations for the coming year. So we are looking at cross-industry events, that is, facilitate collaborations with organizations like PMI Nigeria, expanding our reach beyond traditional BA circle. Why I included this was, I remember last year when we were having a conversation, somebody raised it that, okay, it seems the BA events is just strictly BA. That why can't we collaborate with other companies or other, organizations like PMI. And of course, I know there are other organizations, and we are also looking at that where, we can transfer knowledge, right? Of course, there's product management, there's PMI, and of course, I know there are some agile organizations where we can always collaborate and, create events like this, and we can have our banners. So if you have some of those ideas, you can also share it with the operation or the president. Okay, that's one in terms of recommendation. Formalized partnership pipeline. So we're looking at developing a structured proposal and MOUs with academic institutions and corporate organizations to support mutual growth. I know there are conversations where we don't want to build a structure where business analysis doesn't just start when you finish your NYSC, right? We need to start going down to the secondary school level where they start thinking and be analytic in terms of what they need to do. Of course, it's not when you finish school that you start understanding what is the business need or what you want. You can actually grow them from secondary school. So we are looking at that as some partnerships that we want to work on, visiting some academic institutions this coming year. Now to the next one is complete of and launch of the EduFund pilot. I think I've had that organization with all teams, so it's something that we're looking at. Then, of course, the last one is follow up on reactivation of 387 expired members. So from our dashboard, we noticed that, of course, we have expired members. I still engaged somebody earlier today that was asking me, okay, what do I do? How do I reactivate my membership? And, I think maybe what we'll do is tips, how-to videos, how you can, become a member, if it's expired, how you can go about that process. So we'll be looking at that for this year so that we can get back the 387 expired members. So this is one of the recommendations. And in terms of appreciation, I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve alongside a visionary board, a relentless and resilient volunteers, and a growing community of business analysts. Of course, I know here, we don't just have business analysts, we have project managers, we have product managers, we have service delivery managers, we have HR representatives all here. So I know there are different people here, but of course, we all appreciate you for your community of, growth over time and, the support that we get. It hasn't been easy, having these numbers of people come for this session. But again, we want to say thank you. Together, we have laid a groundwork for deeper impact and wider visibility. That has actually started with Devin and Koketso, with all the places they visited. And of course, we intend to grow with that in this new tenor. So as we move into this new chapter, I want to assure you that I remain committed to operational integrity, collaborative partnership, and strategic delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheyi, for that wonderful presentation. And a round of applause for Sheyi, Secretary and current Director for Operations. Next on the list would be Temitope Shofule, who is the current Director of Events and Professional Development. So I will come forward to give his own reports on what we'll be able to accomplish within the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Genesis. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Great. So it's so good to have you all here. And I pretty much know that you're really enjoying yourself. So I'm going to be talking about the professional development and events, what we've done
in the past 1 year, that's 2024 to 2025. And let me talk about the overview of our activities. So Genesis has already given me a mandate. I have to be fast. So our strategic focus was to deepen engagement through value-driven events, promote awareness of IIBA and business analysis profession, and also to drive strategic partnerships to expand our reach. So we're able to do, quite a few things, and which, to an extent, is what it was and it is beneficial to our community. So we have our key activities delivered, and let me just run through it because I know the president equally, talked about it. So we had the IIBA Nigeria Stakeholder Roundtable, so where we invited key professionals, Lagos State and in some other industries, where we deliberated on the way forward for business analysis, and equally here in Nigeria. We also had our IIBA Nigeria chapter AGM, which, I still see some of the faces that were around that time, 2024. We also had a radio talk show. I think that was around February 2025. So the theme was the IIBA Nigeria and the evolving field of business analysis. It was about letting the community know about what business analysis is about, what it can do for a beginner, so to say, what it can do to what it can do to even someone who is actually working as a business analyst and just wants to deepen his knowledge and also get certified and become that professional in the field. Okay, we also had a business capability analysis workshop, which was delivered by Laura Yeko, and equally that was around February 2025. And also, IIBA Nigeria International Women's Day, the IWD 2025 celebration, and then we had an array of speakers who graced that occasion and were able to talk about, inclusion of women, to equally participate and be part of what business analysis can do for them. There's equally the strategic partnership event with MTN. Thanks to Mr. Oluseyi Oyede, who championed it, and it was equally facilitated by my good self. And then we had a webinar on membership and benefits, which was delivered by Jared Gorai, right? I think I got the name right. Okay, so let's take a look at the KPIs and achievements. Genesis, I hope I'm still on track. All right, so now for the KPIs, we had the number of events, we had the member of attendance, going by the average engagement, there's the strategic partnerships, gender inclusion events, public visibility, and equally capacity building. So when talking about number of events, we had 6+. I mean, our target is to have 6+ major events, and we're able to achieve 7 out of the target that we set for ourselves to have on the minimum 6, and they were able to achieve 7. Thank you. For membership attendance, our target is to have 100+ per event. But looking at the achievements, I think we didn't do bad. So averagely, we had about 50 to 80% attending our event. For strategic partnerships, the target is to at least have about 1 to 2 new alliances. And then going by what we achieved, there's always room for improvement, which this new dispensation will really, really work on. So we had the MTN partnership, which focused on the role of business analysts. Then also gender inclusion events. We had the target, which is at least to have one major IWD event, right? And which is the International Women's Day 2025, which I think that was around April or so, April, May, March, okay? So we had that as well. Public visibility. The target is at least to have one media feature. So we had 2 radio talk show on business analysis, which was anchored by my good self and Fisayo Adeyemi. Capacity building. We delivered a practical training, which was a virtual workshop delivered by Lara Yeko. Now, the highlights of the key events. The stakeholder roundtable, it brought together the BA leaders across industries. The outcome is the advocacy goal for a broader business analysis recognition. And also the AGM, so there's a review on governance. We got some member feedback, and also which equally enabled us to do a strategic updates. For the radio talk show, so like I said, it was the theme was the IIBA Nigeria and the evolving field of business analysts. So for workshop, the business capability analysis. I'm sure you all know business capability analysis. And when you look at that particular technique, not a lot of us probably have been using it. So there's the spotlight on business capability analysis. And, we were careful in choosing who was going to deliver that presentation. And that person actually used it, got an outcome out of it, and that session was actually impactful. For the International Women's Day, we celebrated the business analysis women in leadership, and there was a panel discussions and a lot of storytelling where the participants, the panelists talked about, how they come about business analysis, what led them to business analysis. I remember someone saying that I think my whole experience has been about the fact that it's been accidental. I just got to see that, in fact. So I've been doing business analysis all this while, and I didn't know it's business analysis. So they share their experience and, how they retract their steps and, structuring what they've known and also being able to get themselves into the right track. So for membership and benefits webinar, so the goal was to convert interest into active memberships. So the outcome, we have 20 new signups post-events. That was the events Jared delivered, which was centered on certifications and then membership. Challenges and lessons learned so far. Okay. So now over the past few months, we had inconsistent event attendance tracking, which, going forward, we've been looking at how we are going to improve on it, and also limited budget for promotional outreach. I'm so happy she was able to emphasize on sponsorship, which, equally will be very, very beneficial in that area. There's also difficulties aligning partner timelines with event planning and also scheduling conflicts during public holidays. Lessons learned, early planning, better attendance, which helps for better attendance and engagement, and also diversifying event formats. That is our radio, webinar, our hybrid, which helps to boost reach. Also, member-focused topics, which will equally help to drive higher turnout. And then also partnerships must have clear mutual value from the onset. Outlook for 2026 are strategic priorities to expand regional BEA development programs. So shortly we'll be talking about that, and for this new dispensation, what we have in mind and what we plan to do with respect to a regional BA development programs to increase industry-focused learning. So there is the health tech, there is the fintech. A business analyst equally, has its own import in all of those areas. So we're going to put focus, expand it to different industries. Launch annual BA week in Nigeria. I'm talking about our outlook for 2026. And then also we're going to deepen gender-focused initiatives in business analysis. We're going to grow partnerships beyond the telecom to finance, education, and public sector. Also leverage tech platforms to improve registration and follow-up. I'm sure there are a lot of concerns around registrations, follow-ups, and all the like. So we're going to do better in this regard, going forward. So an overview of our events in view, 2026, 2025 to 2026. So we're looking at organizing a BA Career Accelerator Series, and then also to have what we call an Innovation Summit, right? As time goes on, we will let you know more about it. And also to have a mentorship cafe for young business analysts, right? We also look at organizing a partnership roundtable very soon, and also the Women in Business Analysis Annual Forum. All this, I believe, will help deepen our engagement with our members and equally help to drive home what business analysis is about. So let me just give my appreciation at this point. So thank you to our chapter members, the executive team, volunteers, partners. You all have been advantageous, and you've been supporting us for so far until now, and we still look forward to your support, and we look forward to your support and to greater things that we can do beyond now. So let's continue to shape the business analysis future, and we'll continue to see greater things unfolding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tope, for that presentation. Let's join me in giving another round of applause to Tope for all of the work that we'll be able to achieve within the professional development and events unit. So next up is myself. Okay, thank you so much. So I'm currently the director for sponsorship and membership. And like my colleagues have been reiterating, sponsorship. And this was part of the key feedback that we took after the last AGM in 2024 that we had in November. So what we basically did was that we had to come up with a sponsorship and membership roadmap for the year. and to lay out key foundations on things we want to achieve that will help set us in a good pedestal for a successful sponsorship and membership activities within IIBA. So I'll just go straight to run through the reports and also talk about additional things as well. So I'm pleased to present the comprehensive report for the progress on the sponsorship and membership directorates, starting within the H1 and H2 for 2025. So earlier in the year, like I mentioned, we had to come up with a roadmap for our sponsorship and membership programs to ensure that our chapter efforts are significantly contributing to the strategic objectives and establishing a sustainable sponsorship and partnership model. Some of the things that we outlined that we're going to be achieving this year were: one, to establish a sustainable sponsorship and partnership model to support IIBA Nigeria's growth. You agree with me that if we don't set the foundations properly, we might not end up, we may not have a means to have a sustained growth or a sustained progress along the line. And that we also did was, we also plan to accomplish this year was to enhance our membership engagement and acquisition through a tailored framework for students, corporates, and individual. And the third thing was to increase the chapter's visibility and perceived values to sponsors and members. So based on these three objectives, we set out to execute and achieve some of our goals. For H1 2025, what we had to do was to start setting out the foundational things, which was things around the sponsorship framework and sponsorship plan. We had to develop that in H1 2025 this year. We also went ahead to design a partnership framework as well, which would help us in engaging, reaching out to potential partners that will partner with IIBA Nigeria, and also potential sponsors that would collaborate and work with us in sponsoring our events, our activities, and everything that applies to IIBA Nigeria. We've also come up with a unique template for our sponsorship request letters, and also we've carried out preliminary research work on our membership audience. Some of the key things that we achieved, we have the sponsorship plan and the partnership plan as well. The target for us in terms of sponsorship for the year is to be able to have at least 5 sponsors for the year. And with the frameworks, with the guidelines, with the plans that we've put in place, our expectation is that from H2, we begin to execute, we begin to engage, we begin to reach out to potential sponsors, reach out to potential partners through the framework that we have developed earlier this year. And we now possess a clear, well-articulated documentation that effectively communicates our value, the IIBA Nigeria value, to potential sponsors and partners, and also our members, forming the bedrock of our outreach and our efforts. So for H2 2025, starting from July till the end of the year, what are the things that we are trying to implement? Number one will be to refine the plan and make sure that there is an engagement and communication channel established between potential sponsors that we have been able to identify. We've had time to look at potential sponsors, not just within Lagos and not just within the tech industry, because most people, the general knowledge is that BA is most applicable to tech in Nigeria. So we are looking at different sectors in the public sector, in the financial sector, in the health sector, in the educational sector as well. We also launching a partner. We also plan to launch a partnership portal that would help us organize quarterly roundtable discussions with potential partners, implement targeted digital marketing campaigns to potential sponsors and partners, and develop a loyalty programs for events, in organizing exclusive events for membership and sponsors. We're actively considering the additional goals outlined in our roadmap. Unfortunately, the roadmap is not being shared at the moment, but that will be shared to us within the community, so we get to know what we're trying to achieve in sponsorship and membership. And interesting enough, we have new board members coming up to take up those roles. So there'll be proper collaboration and handover so that what we've been able to achieve can serve as a base for them to begin to execute and also refine further what we plan to achieve for the year. So in conclusion, the sponsorship and membership units is operating at an agile and well-robust pace, ensuring that we convert strategic plans into actionable results. The reason why we are not seeing actionable results now is because we needed to take the time to do the proper and actual groundwork so that by the time we begin to execute, by the end of the year, when we are coming back for the AGM or the event in November this year, we'll be able to see actionable insights and results and outcomes that are results from the amount of work that we've done at the beginning of the year. The collective effort and dedication of the team, and very interesting enough, we are just a 3-member team, myself, Bukola, and Sarah. I don't know if Bukola is here today, but I know will most likely be joining online, working together to make sure that we have all of these things put in place within the chapter so that from H2 we begin to execute and implement appropriately. There have been several challenges, there have been several lessons that we've learned along the way in terms of timing of engagement, in terms of this type of sponsors we need to engage, we need to get on board, and the partnerships we need to form as well within the chapter. And I believe that with the new leadership within the different roles of sponsorship and membership coming in from today, the future for IIBA sponsorship, ensuring that we maintain a very efficient sponsorship pipeline for the chapter and a very robust partnership framework for the chapter are things that we're going to start seeing results on. Thank you so much. So to give her final presentation today, and I'll join me to welcome Fisayo Adeyemi, who is the current Director of Communications and also our current Treasurer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I have the utmost pleasure in presenting my report for my communications role and also my role as Treasurer of IIBA Nigeria chapter. So I think I'll just get right into an overview of our activities in the last 3 years. So I took up the role as Communications Director in 2022, and so far there's been a lot of growth for us digitally, and then also in terms of communication with our community. And last year I transitioned into the role of Treasurer, whilst juggling with the communications role as well. So I think one of our key achievements is we've been able to 5x our social media following. So from having less than 300 active community online, we have over 2,700 engaged followers across LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and our communities. That's a WhatsApp community. And I think what's helped us to gain that kind of traction for the WhatsApp community was moving from Telegram to WhatsApp, because we realized that a lot of people might have Telegram on their phone, but because of how overwhelming it can feel, it's very hard to track messaging. And what was important for us was, are we able to access our community? Are we able to engage them? So that's something that meant a lot for us, and we were able to achieve that. So there are people who migrated from Telegram. If you're in a Telegram group, can you raise your hands? Are you migrated from Telegram to WhatsApp? Yes, so I can see some hands. Thank you very much, and that helped us. So we used to have a less than, I think, 300 followers on Instagram, less than 60 actually. So now we have over 500 followers on Instagram. On Twitter, we used to have, thank you very much. If you're clapping, please clap for me. Thank you. So on Twitter, we used to have less than 200. Now we have over 760. On our WhatsApp community, we're still growing. We have over 300. And then on our LinkedIn community, we have over 500. So you'd like to join the group. Whilst we are working on the page, it's been a little bit difficult. Don't worry, I'll talk about the challenges and some of the things that we faced and how we can build continuity. Then also, we've seen 35% increase in our event attendance due to our improved campaigns, speaker highlights, social media posts, and then content development. Over the last 3 years, I've led over 100 plus thought leadership assets, interviews, member success stories, educational content across our social media platforms and our communities. Also, I think one of the key challenges I faced personally was, volunteer fatigue. The truth is, like, when you're volunteering, you have to, remember that you're doing it for a purpose. So it can feel overwhelming at first, but at the end of the day, you see the results, and just seeing everybody here makes it worth it, to be honest, because it feels like you keep doing and doing and doing, and sometimes you don't really see the results. So sometimes, like, you face fatigue. And I think over the 3 years, I've led different teams, like, who have volunteered with the communications director role. And, sometimes people have, like, personal agendas. You just have to, like, manage them. So that's one of the things that I faced. And then access handover issues. Thankfully, whoever is going to be taking up the director role is not going to have to struggle like I did, because I had little or nothing to work with when we first started. We had to, sometimes I think we had to change some of the passwords. There was no continuity. So that's something that we would like to, continue. And then that's one of the issues we had with our LinkedIn. We've sent a lot of messages, emails, and we've still not been able to, get our page back. But we have our community where we can still have members interact and post relevant content. I think for me, lessons learned is succession. Like, as much as, you're growing in your role, doing all you need to do, I think it's very important that we are able to bring in people who not just continue the work that we have been doing, but also build on it and improve it, for the next set of leaders. And then also agile communications. The truth is, like, when you think about the communications role, it's like it's a role that is heavily functioning. Whilst I was comparing yesterday, I had to keep posting on social media. We had to keep doing impromptu videos. You have to be creative. And that's something that I realized, that to keep that role active, it can't be static. You have to keep moving. And I feel like that's why some people are here today, because you saw that Delvin was actually in Nigeria. I think some people thought maybe it was a joke, but he's actually here, live and direct, so. Oh yeah, so, like, we're not bluffing, so having that happen for us was very, very interesting. And just seeing how people are, more engaged, the community is more engaged. I think that's something that's very exciting for me. And as we look forward to a transformational year, I think I'm also going to just quickly infuse the financial reports. So I think one of the major issues that we faced was also the continuity. My madam is here, my Sylvia. we went through a lot. She especially went through a lot in trying to obtain the financial assets for the chapter, because what had happened was the last set of presidents and executives, many of them had traveled. So it became a very difficult thing to actually hand over. You know how finances, you have to fill this form, I can't count the number of times I've been to the bank in the last few months. It's been a lot of, for us to get to this point, and that even affected our reports for the last AGM, because remember, all of you asked for it. Where is the financial report? Anyway, we have one for you today. So I'm just going to run through it very quickly. So we have our executive summary, of course, and I think that if you have this, maybe you could just open it and walk through it with me. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer that. So we had gotten the hold of the account in 2023. So from 2022, it was just like the bulk sum amounts that we added to the plan or to the reports. So you see in 2023, you see our inflow, right? And then in 2024, this is our inflow, $5,185. And then 2025, We're still updating that, but as at July, you look at the date as at July 16th, this is what we have. And then you see that there's been conversion for some of these monies because, the Naira fluctuates. So the conversion rates that we have used have been listed, I think, at the bottom for some of these entries. Then you see the financial statements for our income statement, which is also known as profit and loss account. You see our total inflow from 2023 to 2025, $16,000 plus. And then for our conference fees, so this inflow for 2025 conference fees is like the only inflow that we have that comes in Naira. So conference fees is this 2025 conference fees. However, this is not the updated one because we still had people paying in, but we needed to prepare this account as at July. Then you see the expenses from 2023. You see loan payback. So this loan payback speaks to, the amounts that we had spent personally trying to revive the accounts, trying to set up with CAC and all of that. Then you see the reactivation expenses as well. And this total to 710,000 Naira. Okay, so for 2024 expenses, these expenses majorly covered our AGM last year and our stakeholder event that we had. So you see that we had converted it from, we pledged them to an event called Women Innovate as IIBA in Nigeria, and we gave them $200, sorry, not $2,000. So we gave them $200, and then you'd see that stakeholder and AGM expenses with total conversion was about 11 million Naira. So I think we converted about $7,000 as at 2024. Man, the Naira is really bad right now, so can't even believe it. So we totaled 11,000 Naira, 11 million Naira plus. And then you see the other expenses. In total, we have 11 million and 676 Naira. Then for 2025, so far, our AGM and conference venue fees, we have printing fees, flight tickets. We still have some expenses that haven't been included here. Like I said, also some income haven't been included here because this needed to be prepared as of today. So some of our vendors have still not been paid, but I'm sure that as we continue to build up on our financial reports, it will be entered into the next financial year. Then we have our balance sheet as at 2024. This was what we had left in the Naira account, 771 Naira. And then we had 363 Naira, 363,000 Naira, 771,000 Naira for, this was like a refund from the Marriott Hotel Security. And then for 2024 as well. So Nexel account here was the account that was used interim to collect, funds from Global because we did not have access to our account. So this was an interim money account that was used. This was thanks to our president who was able to, put this in place so that the monies will not just be hanging and won't be able to hold our AGM that we did last year as well. So currently what we have in our USD account is about $9. We don't know if anything has come in since then because I said July 16th. And then also currently in the Naira account, we have about 1.8 million Naira in total. So this is my report. And I did 2 reports in one. I think I tried. So thank you, everyone, for listening. Over to you. I'll compare.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fisayo. A round of applause, Fisayo, for the wonderful efforts. If you've noticed, across the directorates, each and every one of us are trying to see how we manage 2 different portfolios. So from everyone that have come in, you see Shay, Managing Secretary and Operations, Tokwe, Events and Professional Development, Fishayo, Treasury and Communication, myself, Sponsorship and Membership. And this is one of the things that we try to make sure that we streamline and make more efficient with the new leadership, whereby each director handles one particular portfolio, and there's focus, there is direction, and there's efficiency. So thank you so much for listening to through the reports. I hope it wasn't boring, but I'm opening up the floor now for questions, comments, feedback. If you have any questions or comments or feedback, just by the show of hand, we'll get the mic across to you. For those of us that are listening online as well, if you have any questions or comments or feedback, please drop it on the chat and then we'll read it out and respond accordingly. So please, questions, feedback. Feedback is very important. We can only improve as a chapter through feedback, right? So what feedback do we have based on the presentations, questions, or comments you want to make? Yeah. So when you want to talk, please introduce yourself, your name, and then ask your question or give your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Genesis. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Lara Yeko, and I'm really honored and happy to be here. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the entire members of the board for an excellent work well done. I have 3 questions. Well, my first question is with regards to the account. Is the channel of inflow into our account only through the IIBA global funds? Is it via a percentage of the remittances that comes in from Nigeria, or it is fixed? That wasn't mentioned, so I'd like some clarity on that. My second question is on the events and professional development, which is one area I'm very passionate about. Thank you so much, and well done, Tokpe, for that. I saw the targets that were set for the year. Personally, I think they are a bit low, so I wanted to just find out what drove the target KPIs that we set for the year. Was there a clear to be, and from the gap analysis that we had done, from whatever analysis or diagnostics we had done, we came up with those targets, KPIs. So please, I'd like to know that. Have there also been a survey that has been done with all the members just to help get insights and opportunity areas for the board to look at as they continue to grow and drive improvement in the chapter? And then my final question, I see a lot of opportunity that we might not be paying attention to, and that is with the younger generation. We are in a world now where Gen Zs and Gen Alphas are a lot entrepreneurial. Their mindset, their attitude, they're so passionate about business. I have a 16-year-old daughter who, when she turned 13, she had partnered with a friend in school to start a business online. She sells jewelries and accessories. She makes beads. So we have a huge opportunity with younger generation now. What are we doing? How are we looking at that portfolio, that ecosystem, to tap into their nature, which speaks to being naturally business-minded? And are there opportunities for scholarship to just sort of encourage and get them on board? I like that when I heard what Genesis had presented around the framework for students. So I think beyond that, let's just look at the lower generation, where there appears to be a huge opportunity for us to tap into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lara, for that. I would speak to the global remittance bits that you talked about, and Tokwe will speak to the professional development part. So when you all pay your membership fees to the global, a percentage of that comes to the local chapter, and that's how we get it. So it's not a fixed amount monthly. It's based on who has paid at that time and the percentage, what it converts into, and that it's remitted in dollars to our dollar account. Thank you. Hope that answers it. It comes as an inflow directly from IIBA Global. Are you referring to the type of account? We have the Naira account. Sources. Oh, like Fisaya mentioned, things like this conference and hopefully other events that we plan to do in the future, which we had earlier planned but just didn't happen. Oh, no. As at today, no. It has been just the global inflow. Exactly. They can, yes. That hasn't happened, but going forward, I believe it would. Thank you. No. It's not restricted. Thank you. Thanks for that. All right. Provided it's an income, we are so open to that.
All right, thank you so much, Lara, for that question. So when it comes to professional development, so far that we've been operating, so how did we come about our KPI? KPI for us, so far, it's not what, we sit down together and, we generate. So what we actually do is that we just look at what's going on in the community, look at the key areas where probably they need some form of an enlightenment, or probably, like we all know, there's 50 techniques in the Babok. So we'll just look at the technique section and just say, it seems user stories it's going to tend to be a challenge. Or, for example, business capability analysis could be a challenge. A lot of people might not even know how to use it, right? So, and then based on that, we'll just say, okay, so let's organize something on this, right? Now, going forward, based on your observation, yes, we'll need to really sit down and get, the proper KPIs and, to do it in the right way. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Just to add to what Tope has mentioned, and I think you are referring more to data. Yes, it's very, very important. So sometimes when these trainings are done, based on the community, we get feedbacks. Could be feedbacks based on, how do you retire an existing core banking application? Is this solution evaluation? Could it be requirement analysis in design? Based on those feedbacks, or where people begin to ask a lot of questions around it, then we pick it out and say, okay, you know what? We need to focus on this. However, going forward, I think you're also coming in, right? We can have structured data inflow of what people need. And this we can do through surveys, right? Do surveys, get insights from people, and we can now structure trainings based on, the data that we receive. I think that will work in the coming year. Did I say coming year? Yes, in this dispensation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other one? Maybe 2 or 3 more? Yeah. Because nobody is indicating, so I'm trying to size it up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, am I audible? So thank you. Very huge thanks to the leadership. Thank you, Sylvia, and all other board members that have steered the ship to this very moment. It's a very, very pleasant moment. Thank you, Genesis. So it's been a pleasant moment spending since yesterday and today. And I don't want to say thanks. A few things. I believe very sincerely that we can have almost 5 times the people sitting down here in our next AGM. Because business analysis cuts across all sectors and all industries. Maybe the positioning has been a challenge, and the understanding, like someone said yesterday during one of those sessions, that we do a lot. Some people do a lot. They don't even know that they are doing business analysis. And coming from an enterprise background, you see that marketing, HR, all of them, they do some form of business analysis. So speaking to that collaboration with other bodies, I think it's very key. I try to engage sometimes to say, maybe if there are events, to have people in the BA world attend those events. Why? Because when you go even global, you see the BAs. I'm happy with what Koketsos showed us on the digital platform, right? You see PIMBOK. There's this convergence, really. For me, I call it convergence. You can't be a great project. Like this event was advertised in the PM community where I actually play a big role. Across MTN, across Veraki, across a lot of places. So people are here because I shared that information. I didn't say you are not BA. No. When I go for ICANN events, funny enough, right? I'm not an accountant. Because I believe as an IT person, there's some kind of conversations to be heard. I got for IIBA. And you see a lot of people there. I believe, for example, we have this great conference. There's no single booth. You just invite them for free. It's okay. If they can't give us money, let them come. Because coming, they will understand that what they are doing, there are elements of BA. They will come. They will pay dues. They will participate. They will contribute. We build that society. So I'm very big on collaboration. Let's push for that collaboration. And I think we spoke a lot about organizational, that partnership. You guys were in MTN. I was privileged to be there. Some of the things we want are actually with us. Some of these organizations have halls that we can use for those physical meetups. They can decide, depending on their schedule, in as much as you give them early schedule, early notice, they can make that space available. By God's grace, I'm privileged to be a community leader, Middle East and Africa, for business relationship management. There was a Lagos store for Nigeria this year. And MTN, we made MTN to provide the hall, very digitized hall, better than what we have here, actually. Everything's set. You don't need to rent anything. Everything is set there. You just plug and play. And we got sponsorships, right? They just came. They flew in. They didn't pay anything, just for the accommodation, and they went. We have Veraki. There's a hall. That's Anderson Consulting. Accenture, yeah. Former Accenture, right? So you could have their halls. Just tell everybody. There are organizations here, banks. They have maybe some nice halls around VI or mainland. They can give it to us to use and run those 1 hour, 2 hour session, and we all go. Some kind of BA hangout. Then engaging organizations on time, right, for stuff like this. I'm happy, Lara, you made mention of this. Some of those engagements are key because let's build the IIBA that we really want. And really, there are a lot of us, somebody in this room, I don't know whether she would love me to mention her name, Moma, right? We are friends from, we met in Kenya for PMI conference. She heard of this and she came. She didn't know about it yesterday. And she's here. So imagine having 1/10 of the people in, say, PMI join here because they know for you to be a great, not a project manager, a great project manager, you must be able to look at what is it that you want to deliver. Benefit realization, value, impact. And that's what has made some of us stand out. It's not that we know, but we have an idea what you want to deliver. Are you really delivering? Beyond time, scope, budget? No. Impact, value. So I actually welcome all what we've said, and I wish us great time, great moments, great years ahead. I'm happy to collaborate with all of us. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. All right, let's take one person, then we'll take online, please. Thank you. Okay. After him, we'll take online. Then yourself. So just introduce yourself, your name, and then question or feedback.
Thank you so much. My name is Temitokbe, a BA with MTN. By God's grace, I have my gas at the top here, right? So, all right. So, I'm happy to be a member of this community. Okay. So, first one would be my suggestion from the report, please. And this will go to the coming leadership. It's been a great work for the current leadership, and we are very grateful for your efforts. So I just want to suggest that for the purpose of the report, for the yearly report, I think the leadership should look into having a precise frame or schedule for the report, right? Probably we look into July to June so that we don't give a report for, like giving for July where we have nothing to really, it doesn't really speak well, right? And probably we could also look into auditing. It's a suggestion, right? Please, we could look into auditing of our report. It makes it gives accountability to whatever we have done and everything. So, that's just my suggestion. Then I have a question for the how will I put it? For probably the school thing that we are looking into, I want to ask, what will be the impact of probably having business analysis as a course in our university, right? What will be the impact on because I think for me, I'm looking at it as probably an assist process whereby we have our current process, which is the current probably backup certification and other certifications, right? So I want to look at what is likely to be the impact of us having it as probably a course in our schools. Is it like, okay, at the end of the day, probably once we have these courses in schools, somebody goes into the school and then you are coming out certified, either we like it or not. You are coming probably as a BS, business analysis or whatever. But today, what we have is you actually enter, is it? So, yeah, I don't know. So I'm just looking at, so what's going to be like, what was it looking into? Because for me, when you look at some of us, we came in, let me not go into that story, but I'm looking at the future. It's going to really shape in the future, not only for our work frame, right? We came into this having no knowledge, and then by God's grace, we are what we have because we were able to, meet up with what the current status is. So I just need that explanation. How does it impact the current certification? I don't know if it makes any sense, but It's just, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that question. So looking at business analysis, especially in school, undergraduates, and what it could deliver, and especially in this context, I think I would like Delvin to speak about it, because for what we can do here, right, it has to dovetail from what it's actually operating at the global level, right? Now, while we can also come up with a curriculum or an agenda that we could use to integrate with schools, right, we want to see what's obtainable at the top, right? And then we'll be able to see what we can do.
Thank you. Let me speak to sort of two things really quickly to not take up too much time. We have been asked to take over, on the school side, we've been asked to take over a kind of an incubation that I hope to make some progress on this year, that actually started in the UK by a couple of our practitioners, a couple of consultants, that it's called School Days. And it's a sort of an idea where we build a kind of a pre-built presentation that anybody can do. And the idea is to take advantage of what schools want, which is people doing work, to come in and talk for 10 minutes or 30 minutes about what their job is like or what it's like. So it already exists in a few places in the world, and the two people that created it in the UK have asked IIBA to take it over and try to scale it through our chapters, and we're hoping to get some progress on that this year. Right now, the problem for me really is I need somebody who can own it a little bit more actively. And I think that's actually because it's simple, it's free, and the idea is that any of you could do this without having to think too hard about the content side of it, right? We just create a little bit of a playbook that anybody who wants to stand up and with a little bit of practice, because you're going to be the authentic voice when you stand up in a school setting and say, hey, here's what I'm doing, or here's what I used to do, or here's what I'm trying to do. So on the school side, I love that idea. I'm hoping we can start to scale it as something that will be really beneficial all over the world. On the training side, the key there, and we've had some of this conversation the last couple of days, the key is to get one or more, but it always starts with one, academic partners involved in our community, and we are working actively on that. And there's sort of two levels of academic partnership that we have in the world. There's we have about 75 or 80 academic partners globally, which, if you think about it, isn't a huge number compared to how many academic organizations there are on the planet. But every year we're trying to grow that slowly. And it's part of Koketso's responsibility to help nurture those. And I think it's important for us to remember, we can't force that to happen. What we can do is nurture it and help structure it. And we now have two levels of partnership. Historically, IIBA has always had a bit of a passive role in academia. We've sort of made intellectual property available to academic institutions on a pretty much if you want to use it, great, here's a simple licensing structure, do whatever you want. But we've also now, in the last 2 years, started an incubation of a more elevated partnership that's currently it's kind of out of pilot, I guess, but we were piloting it in two institutions, one in Canada and one in Australia. And it's a more collaborative engagement that I would love to have hundreds, thousands of over the next little while, where an academic institution commits to doing a couple of things in addition to just the IP. They embed business analysis principles into a course that's aligned with, the standards development side of it. They include the entry-level exam, the ECBA, as it's essentially the pass in the course. And we ask them to bundle a student membership for 1 year into the curriculum that the institution pays for as part of their partnership with us. And the two pilots that we got started, I think it was early last year, late the year before, are really working well. We've actually had one of our first placements in Australia where we connected some corporate partners to the academic institution and started doing some internships too, which of course is a wonderful thing when that can start to happen. So I'm really excited about that. We're trying to figure out how to scale that, and that's also a really active thing here, because and the key to starting those conversations is actually sort of getting the first partner to sign up and say, I'm in, I'll be part of this. So it's one of the things that we'll be working on. I'll support this as best I can, and and I'll be asking Koketso about it every day or two until something happens. So.
All right, a round of applause for him. All right, thank you so much for that. Any other question?
Sorry, just to add some voice to what he said. I think we could, Madam President, I know you're in Abuja, even though your tenure is going up, and a few persons in Abuja. I think we can engage, right? It won't happen overnight, for sure. This is Nigeria. It won't happen overnight. There's a senator, right? I will share the contacts with you. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Computer Society, Shuaibu. If you engage him, he's among those guys that are in that Senate that actually has sense, right? If you engage him, we need to do presentations to him, convince him, maybe even have a one-on-one, maybe like say coaching with him, so he understands better, right? He can facilitate some kind of engagement with the Nigerian University Commission. These are ways we can actually track that engagement over years. Maybe 1 year, 2 years, we never can say. They can make it a one-credit course for university people, because it's very important. Somebody said the young ones. Why do they go for this venture thing? They give them 15 million. The guy goes to buy Prado Jeep, buys a house in Banana Island, and he's forgetting his business for which he was giving money for. That's business analysis. We all need it. Everybody needs it. The farmers, everyone. So I will share that contact with you so that engagement can be kind of synchronized for us to really achieve this. It's possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it seems we still have more questions. Okay, the online. Okay, can you? Okay, so before we take more, oh wow, we have questions at the back, but just hold on. Just read a question from. Okay, let's take numbers. Okay, 1. Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Is anybody here? No. Okay, so we have 7 people. All right, so let's take the online questions.
We have an online question from Uzo O. And she says, thank you for inviting us to the AGM. I have 3 questions. Okay, we have 3 questions. 1, could you please confirm that the volunteering opportunities are with the IIBA? Confirm what the volunteering opportunities are with IIBA. I've indicated that I wanted to volunteer previously. I even wrote to the president's email office, but didn't hear back. Could you confirm what will be different? That's question number 1. Question number 2 says, are there any opportunities or forum to contribute to IIBA content with knowledge sharing articles to grow and build our content? And number 3 says, are there monthly dues, or how can members contribute regularly, or as and when we want to. I can start with the last question, Uzo, if you're listening. So initially, we used to have monthly dues some years ago before it became, the monthly dues used to be paid to the chapter. So it used to be called chapter dues. And then we decided to make everything uniform and come under one umbrella. And so that's why you now have your membership dues being paid globally. And that's why the global team now remits to the chapter based on that. However, every chapter has their chapter bylaws. And so, with the new leadership or so going forward, it's possible maybe you could adjust the bylaws to contribute, maybe based on activity. That's the way I see it. For example, pool funds together to have a particular activity, because this is a non-profit outfit. So it's easier to pool funds together for a particular purpose. So you go for sponsorships, you go for funding for a particular purpose. But for membership, for now, it's global, and the global remits to us. I'll just go upwards to number 2. Are there opportunities or forum? Okay, no, I think I was going to hand that over to Koketso because it has to do with knowledge. Okay, however, because she mentioned the president's email, I would answer the very first one. After last year's AGM, we called for volunteers, and we had a lot of volunteers. A lot of people called in, indicated interest. Even the global team has also sent us lists of people that have volunteered, and they specifically choose what they want to volunteer for. So, for example, somebody says, I want to volunteer with communications, or I want to volunteer with this. So what usually happens is that we forward that particular volunteer email to the director in question and say, for your information, this is the person wanting to volunteer with your team. Take it up from there. And if you remember, both in my opening remarks and in my reports, there has been a lot of volunteer burnout. I want to say most of the directors were overwhelmed because you know how it is. You're volunteering, and at the same time, you have your own paid work. And when there is a competition, you would choose your paid work. So I think that has majorly been the challenge. So I just want to say, Uzo, we received the emails. We actually received all the emails for volunteers, and they were all forwarded to the various directors in charge of those particular areas that the interests were indicated. So maybe if you could say what interests you, which of the directors or which of the areas you had wanted to volunteer with, maybe that particular director might be able to respond. And so the third one, I don't know. Fisai, did you want to say something? Otherwise, I was going to say.
For content. So, there are opportunities for you to contribute. So we need writers. I think for the next communications director would be able to handle that. But definitely, we need people who would share their resources. We have a community of WhatsApp community, even on social media as well. So it's welcome. It's a welcome initiative.
Okay, I think there's
one more, right? Okay.
I'm not Koketso, but thanks for the question. There's quite a few ways to contribute to kind of the IIBA global IP or content portfolio, but I'll share two. The first is every year there's all kinds of calls for volunteers that are, all this is on IIBA.org, and I'm probably the wrong guy to give you the exact information, but we have constant volunteer teams. Some of them are input on standards, some of them are advisory on certification work in the future, some of them are feedback roundtables, all things like that. And they're all inside the volunteer section of IIBA.org. I honestly don't remember where it is, but the other one is anybody can submit an article to be published on the member blog or the member article side of IIBA. There's a lot in there right now. I don't know how big the backlog of the queue is on that right now, but there's a form online under I think it's under the contact us part of IIBA.org for members that says just put some ideas in, a title, how long. For some of you who hold the certifications that require CDUs, there's a CDU credit for that comes into it. Our challenge is oftentimes it runs from feast to famine. Sometimes there's not a lot of input. Sometimes there's so much where it takes us a while to work through it. I know right now there's about 75, I think, articles queued in that backlog that we'll be working through, because we're not trying to, there's a bit of a curation process. There's a bit of a review process. There's also a volunteer team that does the sort of review and says, does this help? Is it maybe duplicate something that we already published or things like that? So there's a lot of those kinds of opportunities that sit inside the membership structure, and there's probably a couple more that I'm forgetting. So, but definitely talk to Koketso. But I think I agree. I'd echo what Sylvia and the team here said, which is for me, the best place to start is with your chapter here, right? Get involved in your chapter, right? Partly because that's a good way to learn. It's a good way to build some skills and some confidence, and then kind of go from there to some other things.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Devin. Okay, so we have you, then followed by you, then we'll go to the back.
I was thinking I'll come up last. That I can give other people opportunity to speak. All right. Okay. My name is Olusheye. I work with MTN and I lead the business analysis team. And I think I must acknowledge the fact that the board of directors and the president are working in a very difficult landscape, and maybe I give them a tag, the most resilient team. Yeah, so I picked that actually from the team of the conference. I think they've been able to pull through. The things I'm going to say, they're not to say that they've not done excellently well, but I see, just like I think it was Lara that mentioned, and there are always opportunities, I think, and those opportunities are bound. And I think Abeto has also spoken to some of those things, right? And I'll start with us. I mean, I don't know. The IIBA itself, I still see it as that's my perception, as a Lagos thing, or we're just in one place, we have not actually, take over the entirety of Nigeria in terms of our presence, right? So I see some other professional bodies like, I think Nigerian Society of Engineers, whether you like it or not, they come to your face somehow. And then these guys are able to do big things because they've positioned themselves very close to the government. So when the government is trying to make some policies, they invite them in. I remember there was one time that they wanted to demolish a building, and then they got some external consultant to come and demolish the building. And they came up and said, no, we have competent engineers that can handle this and all of that. And then the government actually, gave them audience. So what am I saying? As IIB, we need to scale up. That I spoke more of inclusiveness. I think today I was speaking about scaling up in terms of taking our engagement to the next level, right? So that we can become part of the national drivers, driving economic policy, driving conversation at a very high level, right? So that is one of the things that I want to say. Because now, some understanding I gained here yesterday, I'm having a mind shift, has been also that, because I am a BA, I've been so much grounded in technology, so I believe everything, not everything really, but most things start and end with technology. But it's much more beyond that. So we're having what we call domain agnostic BAs. Right, so as a doctor, you can be a BA, medical doctor, you're a BA, HR, you're a BA, a civil engineer, you're a BA, you are doing BA practices. So we need to also leverage on that, that divide that we have now, that that we can start having that conversation with our partners, with other bodies, professional bodies, so that we can collaborate more. Okay. And some other question I wanted to ask, I think we've spoken to that, leveraging on, leverage on data. I think because most of the members, I think you spoke about it. Most of them are members, the IIBA members that want to take certifications, and then they were not able to take it. I don't know if we know beyond, if we have insight that the challenges is around financials, right? I don't know what other things. I'm sure there'll be other challenges, but those things need to come out. I don't know how we can do that kind of engagement. You've done a fantastic job to, get the alternative banking team to, provide that platform for people to, leverage on that opportunity. But I'm sure there'll be other challenges. So the question is, how do we get those things, those challenges out, and then address them, right? Okay, my other suggestion will be, I do a kind of a free mentorship initiative, and what I hear most people, or what I picked from the conversation I have with most people, is that, I've done the certification. Now when it's time to do the work, I'm confused. I don't know what exactly to do. So I call it the knowing, doing gap. You know it. They ask you how many techniques do you have in Babok, you mention all of them. When it's time, they throw you into the work. I have, a couple of BAs like that in my team, and they get into that. But this is in the Babok now. Why I can't marry what is in a book with what I'm facing, right? So, but I've also now added another leg to it: knowing, doing, and the earning gap. Earning. Right. So some of us, we read a lot, but we're not making money from what we've read. So I don't know what intervention can be put in place, right, for this gap to be addressed, right? So finally, not to take so much of our time, if I have not taken so much, is I think there are opportunities around leveraging on existing platforms we have in schools. In schools, we have students who are so much interested in business analysis. My suggestion would be we can create an IIBA student chapter where we can have pocket of secretariat in schools, right, where we're very close to the students. Our NYSC is also is a platform where we can get the youths to leverage on this knowledge, and then, they can get value for the year they spent, right? Other things would be, I don't know, CSR initiatives will also be something that we should start looking at to say that, okay, as IIBA, community social responsibility that we can, come up with. Of course, we need sponsorship and all of that, but that also brings us out to say that we're not just professional body, but we're also responsible corporately. As a corporate social responsible body. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for the directors, the presentation. Yes, it's been very good so far, and all the suggestions and the questions being asked. And I'm very happy that she spoke before me from MTN, because, yes, I'm very happy in the sense that, yes, you spoke about, sponsorship, CRS initiatives, and the knowing, doing gap. Yes, That's a challenge, really. That's a challenge, yes, because like you said, there are a lot of MBA certified CBAP that I am, but they are not really active. And why is that? We talk about application, maybe in our workplaces, and how do we do much more? And even for the chapter, yes, to make it more robust. I don't know if there are any limitations from the global level in terms of sponsorship, partnership, or donations, but I know that we can do much more. This is the first time I'm attending this program. Now, what I want clarification on comprehensive research was conducted on successful sponsorship models from other IIBA chapters and professional organizations. But you didn't share with us, the comprehensive research that was done, the successful model they were able to, generate to enable them raise funds, because all what you are doing here, it all boils down to money. He talked about earning power. It boils down to money. So how do you now empower, yes, the chapter in terms of the financial capability to carry out most of the initiatives, the plans that we have? And that's why I said I was very happy. We would like to know that. I don't know if there has been any organization, because you spoke about organizations, corporate bodies, individuals that can actually come in, maybe in terms of sponsorship. I don't know whether the chapter is allowed to do that, to seek for donations aside what comes from the global pool. But then we have MTN here. Thank you very much, guys. I think I have met like 4 or 5 MTN team. Shay leading the team. So are we getting sponsorship from MTN, for example? Yes. So that's very important. Because for us to do much more, yes. Yes, so you have a potential. I'm just pointing it out to you right here. To be led by Shay. So Shay, yes. So we want to know that, yes. Because that will help what we are doing. Thank you.
Okay. To the sponsorship question, right? So I'll share the reports with you later on, and then probably share it across the community as well. It is number 3. Okay, I was you guys.
Finally. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dayo. I work with MultiChoice. I think a lot of people have spoken about people that have this certificate. I want to speak about the members' journey, which also goes to explore and also join. And I'll use myself as a reference. I joined I became a member because of discounts. And that's just it, basically, because I wanted to write the exam. And for me, I've been doing a lot of initiatives over the years. I didn't even know I was doing business analysis, right? And I'm sure there's a lot of people that fall into that category, which forms an opportunity for IIBA. How do we get to these people? And I'm speaking because I'm one of them, right? This certification creates the validation to what you have been doing over the years. And there are many. You'll go probably to LinkedIn pages. People have said, I have done this, I have done that, I have done this. And many of them, all they need to do is just become a member. And these are opportunities I think the new ESCO should take advantage of. Also now that's the explore journey. I'm talking about the join journey. I became a member, and to be truthful, I do see several emails just popping in. Nothing personalized. I really don't know. I don't think we're much here. Nobody even called. There was nothing really. In fact, and I feel we could do more. All the time, I even joined to the time I was writing the exam. I wanted to write the exam. I knew how much I spent personally trying to get resources on Coursera, Udemy, and these are gaps, right? That I think even for the chapter to take advantage of. How do you guide members, okay, all through those journey, right? And I think these are opportunities that the new ESCOs should as well also take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just a quick question. Are you in any of the IIBA community. There's actually a community. Okay. WhatsApp yesterday. Okay.
Just a quick response to the random emails. So we moved over to a new platform. The website moved over to a new platform that gives us the feature where we could send emails to everyone. So when you say we're not many in the hall here, this hall seems to be more of, maybe I would say, the people in the community, but the email sends to every member that is affiliated with Nigeria, and that's over 800. So let me apologize. That's why the emails were not personalized. We just sent an email to the over 800 members for information purposes. Oh, this is what we're doing. But I do take what you say. I think maybe what we should do better is, in addition to sending such emails, talk about our community and maybe even share the link for them, for everyone to join the community and all of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes. That's the fourth person. Yes, at the back. Yes, that's the last person.
Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, good afternoon. So, my name is Hassan. I work at Optimus Bank. So, all this BA, everything about BA just started I think 3 months ago. So, I have my team lead here. By chance, I did not know she was coming here, but she's here. So there are a lot of things that are coming through my mind at this point, but I can't see everything now because it's going to take us the whole day. So I'll start with the whole reason why I'm here today is basically because I want to take the exam. So I was given my KPI that I have to have a certification before the end of 6 months. So I'm on probation. So I entered through graduate training into the bank. So, which is one area I would also like to mention in terms of when it comes to development. So we have various graduate training in different banks that go on currently. And for every graduate training, obviously, for tech, basically, we have BAs coming out of the program. And I think one of the things here is that when I got my KPI, I was asked to take any certification just to make sure it's just for personal development, just to know that you are growing while you are working. So me choosing IIBA happened this month. So because I had to pay for my membership. And the only reason why I paid for the membership was because I needed access to the resources so that I can prepare for the exams. So, because I checked everywhere, because that's the first thing I do. I checked LinkedIn. Maybe I can see one person or stuff, but just it has been mentioned already that those are part of the gaps that we have currently. So, I'll start with membership, target, and partnership that was mentioned while we are presenting. So, for different organizations, so we have BAs in different organizations. For me, mostly tech. So for every organization, there are ways you can partner with them. And what happens is the organization directly pays for their BAs to be members of IIBA. So there is as you're employing your BA, just like in my case as a graduate trainee, as I'm coming in, the organization takes it as you guys have to have IIBA certification. So instead of the organization just pays basically, instead of having each member to pay. So for every IIBA context that happens, the organization just take initiative and pays because they know you have to be certified as an IIBA certified kind of. So that's one thing. Then there are tech events in Nigeria, we have Tech Excellence and the likes. They're tech events. So I was chanced to attend Tech Excellence last year. So what happens at those tech events is that there are products that are displayed. And one of the most important things as a BA is the business analysis lifecycle. So what is mostly in the tech industry, what are the like end products for BAs? It's mostly products. And when we look into the fintech space, we see there are a lot of like fintech products coming out. Everybody wants to develop something. But what actually starts this process is requirement gatherings. You understand what I'm saying? So I feel like there are tech events. So, and I see it as like a strategic positioning for IIBA. So every tech event that happens, obviously, there's a BA part to every tech event because that is what starts like the product itself. And throughout the life cycle of a product, a BA is always like required. All right. So another thing I want to mention is there's a saying that says, in Rome, we behave like the Romans. Not like you practically do what they do there. But in the Nigerian context, when it comes to finance, so there is this, like for the alumni. So we have BAs that they've passed through, like they've done the certification. They have strategic positioning like at every point in the industry. So we need them to come in without having to do, because they are part of IIBA directly. As far as you are certified, I believe that IIBA is a part of you. There should be something that you are like remitting back to IIBA, making sure that IIBA Nigerian chapter like moves up the ladder. So, and so in the school aspect, there is, I want to mention the way ICANN works. So I've been hearing things like having a course in school and the likes. But one thing I know about ICANN is ICANN does not have a course in schools. What they do is you study accounting, fine. But for you to gain more relevance as an accountant, you have to be ICANN certified. So an ICANN certification comes like you can do it alongside your course or do it towards the end of your course. But in the industry, they recognize ICANN certified members more than you just being an ordinary accountant. And you don't have to be an accountant. You don't have to study accounting to be ICANN certified. You can be in finance, regardless of any industry you are. Even like these days, they are like pushing science-related people to take ICANN and the like. So I feel like when it comes to the point of saying we want to add it to the school, it doesn't have to be a course per se, but we can have it as something that, as far as you are certified, it has like an industry relevance in Nigeria. So sorry. Okay, so the part about the Gen Z and the Gen Alphas, so that is like very, very important. Because one of the driving force of every industry basically now are the Gen Zs and the Gen Alpha. I'll use a perfect example. The stocks for GT has been rising so far and the like. Everybody keeps wondering how are GT able to do it. But I remember there was a time GT were strategically positioning themselves for student accounts. So, and that was like when I wanted to enter university around 2016, 2017. Now they have a customer base that is so large, but mostly because they were able to strategically position themselves ahead of time. Now, majority of everybody, like if you walk down along the street or on the road and you ask like out of 10 people, if you are to ask what bank are you using, you are most likely to get, I'm using a GT. Most likely like that. So I feel like NYC, IIBA school chapters, because at every school there are always like different chapters, like ICANN too does the same thing. So you can have like different chapters in schools and like that will encourage people to, take the certification. Then also the trainings are very important. So I don't have to just read the material. It is easy. Anybody can do it. I can pick up materials, read through it and the likes, and I'll pass the exam, obviously. But the major thing is there are trainings that are like important. They are like what industry-related people put into you so that you'll be able to apply it into whatever you do. So I'll just leave it there so that every other people can.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, yes, we'll take more questions. But what we'll do this time is, because of time, we need to really structure our questions and make it very short, precise, right? Not too much. If it's contribution or it's just, feedback, fantastic. Just let's make it very concise. Thank you. So
also to add to what Shay just said, please let's reduce the amount of side conversations, why people are trying to contribute, so that we can hear very well. Thanks.
All right. Yes. A very good afternoon to everyone. And I want to thank God for another opportunity we have to gather this year and celebrate this, should I say, the outgoing board. They've been very fantastic. I want my comments would be in the sense of contextualization as well as commendation. In terms of context, I want to point out that I believe that there are assignments so that we all understand where we're coming from and what informs the kind of financial reporting we do have. So it is not an organization that pays these leaders. They're all located in different places, Abuja, Lagos, all over the place. So whatever it is, apart from even, I'm sure it's more than just a flight ticket for them to meet face-to-face, for them to engage virtually. So all that is has taken for them to drive this organization over the past year and the year before. I think that they deserve another round of applause. They've been fantastic. Then very quickly too, I also want to say that one thing I want to take away from all the comments that have been expressed here is that word that I was hoping somebody was going to come up with earlier. And I want to thank God for our Red Cap chief and brother who made very germane points earlier. That keyword is leverage. No matter what kind of collaborations we do, employ or deploy, as the case may be, whether here or in other fora, if we collaborate and don't leverage on the benefits of that collaboration, whether by way of whatever value we could derive or deliver, then it will amount to the collaboration just be for collaboration's sake. Just be like networking, and spiders do that better. So at the end of the day, I want to just implore that all the takeaway, and I think that we should pin down that Red Cap chief. He is giving us a lot of very cogent contributions that will drive forward the organization. My last two comments also has to do with the context to what we're trying to do as a body. I know that beyond semantics, there's a difference between ambition and vision. So it's very ambitious for us to want to become this. We can't really compare IIBA with, for example, Nigerian Society of Engineers or the ICANN organization, because some of these institutions are driven by academic institutions. So people know from way back, from before Nigerians' independence, that you could go from elementary school to high school. Back in the days, even when people used to do correspondent learning, you actually could become an accountant without even getting to college or having a high school certificate. So, but the emergence or the evolution that IIBA or business analysis has actually gone through, and the awareness that we are creating, I know that there are a lot of very resourceful people here. This is my brother and a couple of other people, that were all around, last year, fantastic people all here. I want to just implore that whatever we want to do towards bringing in other people and driving membership, like maybe student membership, we cannot overstretch, we cannot be everywhere. So I say that to mean that as ambitious as we want to be like, okay, let's the IIBA cover the entire Nigeria as the glory of the Lord covers the sea, blah, 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 blah. We want to be evangelistic in our approach. That is a good thing. However, what are we trying to do? Are we just trying to take over Nigeria or Africa for the sake of doing that? Are we deepening our reach within ourselves and strengthening our collaborations and leveraging effectively? So in terms of giveaway to, maybe motivating younger ones, like the students, like the grammars in waiting that I've talked about, the teenagers that are upcoming. Yes, maybe through the volunteer teams, we could have a way of reaching out to them. But it takes a lot of resources, time, talents, treasure to be able to do all of this. So and Nigerian Society of Engineers, medical, pharmaceutical society, all those bodies, they have very robust financial structure. So lastly, my question is this, maybe in order to also provide more clarity and transparency to the financial reporting, I just want to encourage, of course, this is a huge departure from what we had last year. You did promise and you delivered on your promise. And I think that it's a great thing. But beyond that, I'm sure even the rookie and accountants would want to ask a few questions about the granular details to some of the items in this account. So I want to encourage that maybe going forward, of course, what it is what we have tagged it, an AGM. So we should have maybe things like audited financial accounting. Thank you so much for the great work, and we'll move forward.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I usually always want to listen to you. I recall last year, I'm not sure many of you remember him. He was sitting there in the front last year, and he asked, he gave us some insight on what to do. And I remember he was talking about the audited reports, that we should always present that. Last year, we were not able to present the financial statement, but this year, we tried, right? We tried going through the audited process, but of course, it was quite expensive and of course, some other challenges. But of course, we've taken note of that, and we'll see how we can work with that for next year. And of course, based on what you said, we'll also keep in touch with our Red Cap chief.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we have two people from the back. I know more questions are coming, but we are pressed for time. I don't know if you can send those questions on our community group. We're going to display that so you can use your phones, as QR codes, and you can type your question there. So we are a bit more faster. So you and there's a lady. Yeah, two people. Apologies.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Innocent RTV. So I ventured into business analysis when I was with Paycom Nigeria. Then I joined a DeFi company, and it has been interesting. So I've come to realize that no matter what we are doing, we must conduct business analysis first before we come up with any solution. Otherwise, it'll be a case of what I ordered versus what I got. So, and I've joined a training and business academy called Piston and Fusion Business Academy. So I coach on business analysis. And over the years, I've helped more than 20 professionals to be certified. So, but one thing I've realized is that many people they need this business analysis certification for different reasons. For those who want to go and practice out there, they need it. Who said Jackpa? So, so now, how has the Nigeria chapter IIBA, have you been able to partner with organizations like Piston and Fusion? Because in a year they can train about, let's say, nothing less than 300 delegates in business analysis. But I think that the organization in Nigeria should be able to partner. You should come up with loyalty program for businesses like this that can grow this chapter. Loyalty program. If somebody is training 500, 1,000, Nigerians in a year, and there is nothing as an incentive to say, well done. So you can even do more by helping us organize these people. Help us enroll them, let them become members. And still, if you have further training on how to, apply this skill in real projects, that's what I'm looking at. Then secondly, I want to use this opportunity to beg MTN, not just for sponsorship, but for internship. Yes, because why do we have ECBA? Why do we have CCBA? ECBAs for, young people to come into this space. And if they get the certificates, how do they explore? How do they do the knowing, if not in a real situation? Because I know that business analysis is not just about gathering requirements. That's for junior BAs anyways. So you learn how to write but when it comes to strategy, you need to be in an environment where you will do analytical thinking, creative thinking. So you need to understand the organization, the structure of what the organization wants to achieve. But where is that opportunity? So organizations, we should partner with organizations like this for internship, not just only sponsorship. Thank you.
But thank you for that question. But please also note that it's not just MTN. It's not just MTN. There are many other companies. You'll be shocked how many big companies that are here, right? They are just sitting down pretty. They know that my company is big, but we'll mention it. But of course, as you've mentioned, right, internship, it's an opportunity to actually grow these talents. So I think we'll take that as an additional feedback. Thank you. All right, I think that's the last question. Like I said, please, before you come up, if you have questions, please, there's a QR code that would be displayed on the screen. You can just drop those questions. While we are pressed for time, there's also lunch, and the time is also going. So we just need to quickly wrap up on that. And there's still also the induction. All right. So your question.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jumoke Adeleke. All right, so just one question. But before I go on, I would like to appreciate the leadership. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for setting this up. And, I've learned a lot. So I am an accountant, and I'm just tired of doing the numbers. So I'm thinking of switching to, it's not even thinking, because I already enrolled for the business analysis course with Piston and Fission. Here is my facilitator, my lecturer. All right, so I just want to ask a question. So my question here is, does IIBA Nigeria chapter has initiative or a community for upcoming or aspiring BAs? I think a few of us already scratched the surface. We've talked about that, but I'd like to just know, what we currently have for aspiring BAs, like, people like me who are just out there, we don't know where to start, we don't know what to do, but they just want to find themselves in the midst of, BA. And I won't lie to you, the certification is a lot. I mean, to get the certification is a lot. It's in dollars. So for someone like me who I'm certified accountant, because we're in Naira, I was able to but now that I'm switching with 0 years of experience, and you keep applying, but because you don't have experience, they keep rejecting your application and all. So what do we have for these people? Because we're out there, so many of us are out there, and because I wanted to just network, that's why I find myself here. So what do we have for this set of people? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your question. One thing I've seen so far is what we call the experience paradox. Okay? The experience paradox is so prevalent to the extent that you do a certification and then the next thing, I need to get a job, right? What part of the things that we are going to do in this coming dispensation is to work with organizations. I'm happy I have, don't let me mention him again, right? We need to plug that gap, right? And just watch out and look out for our programs, okay? Then secondly, about application being rejected and all of that. Now, you and I know that there is a process to it, okay? And equally getting application approved, one of the key things IIBA will always say is that get to do your training with the accredited bodies, the endorsed education providers, those organizations that can hold you and get you through from the start to the finish, right? So there are a lot of institutions doing trainings, but you just need to watch out for the right organization doing the right thing, okay? But as far as the no-do gap, right? Watch out for our programs. Hopefully, we're going to get that sorted by God's grace. There are going to be structures for it, and, just look out for it.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, so before we go for lunch, we just have 3 minutes for Alternative Bank to just speak to us, but there won't be any questions. Your questions, you can send it on our group on WhatsApp, right, for any questions you want to ask them. But we're giving them 3 minutes. Then after 3 minutes, we then go for lunch. 5 minutes. Thank you. Please, let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so delighted, and I have to. Okay, sorry. Is it better here? Okay. I'm so honored and delighted to be amongst professionals here. My name is Elizabeth, and I work with the Alternative Bank. And I'm going to do a brief introduction to the Alternative Bank and speak about how we intend to partner with IIBA and the opportunities that we have for youngsters who want to grow. So at the Alternative Bank, we are not a regular bank, and we are brought out of Sterling Holding Financial Company. That is the regular one we know as Sterling Bank. It's a group now, and then we have two banks under Sterling Bank, which are called Sterling Bank and the Alternative Bank. So I am representative of the Alternative Bank, where we do something different from the regular banking. We believe that traditional banking is boring, and that's why we are the alternative. One of the things that we do is grow with people. We like to provide value. I hear us talking about impacts, and that's what we are here for. We want to impact our customers. We call them our partners. We want to impact them. We want them to grow. And that's why I'm so excited about this partnership with IIBA, because we have a lot of stocks. We have a lot of things for people who want to partner with us. And one of the things that we do at the Alternative Bank is create products that works for individuals, families, businesses, that helps them to grow. And I'll be introducing EduFund. I'm glad that one of the leaders spoke about it, and it's a way of helping people achieve their dreams. So we hear people say, okay, I have BSc, I'm looking for a job, but there are much more things that we need to do apart from just getting out of school. We have the opportunity of doing NYSC to grow, and that is why someone mentioned something about ICANN going to sensitize people and introduce curriculums to students for them to be qualified. And that is one of the opportunities I think that IIBA can also leverage on. And when you get core members to sign into programs like this, with EduFund, they are able to access funding and they can spread the payments for a period of 1 year. Right, it makes it easy. I did a rough estimate. Let's assume that to get a certification done, registration, and to get into or to get a certificate will cost you $700. Assuming, and then in Naira, we could assume it to be 1.something million Naira. It can be very hard for someone to drop 1 million Naira at a go. And with the Alternative Bank pays this fund ahead, and the student or the candidates are able to spread over a period of time. Imagine having to pay 100 and 106 or 107,000 naira for a period of 12 months. And then you have your certificates, you can apply for jobs and all of those things. So those are part of the opportunities that we have with the Alternative Bank, amongst other products that we've created, such as making life easy for our customers, providing rental solutions, home finance solutions, solar panels, where in this country at the moment, we have problems with power and everybody wants to light their houses up. We have alt power that allows you to solarize your house without having to make the bulk payment up front, and then you spread your payments over a period of time. Appliances, electronics, different categories of products are open to our partners. And then allow me to speak briefly, because of time, on what we want to do with IIBA as partners. We're looking at partnership for academic programs in Nigeria tertiary institutions. So when you're going to sensitize students, they're also aware that they can get funding, and we can pay for the IIBA courses, and then they spread payment for a period of time. It helps with awareness. They can even tell their parents. So it's not just for professionals. When we want to sensitize the younger ones, they also need to maybe inform their parents, those in universities, tertiary institutions, inform their parents ahead that there's a program that they're interested in, and then they can spread the payment for a period of time. So parents can actually pay for their children to actually get this certification. We would also be looking at IIBA for candidates in diaspora. Would also be looking at engagement with endorsed education providers. I think that sometime early this year or last year, I think we have partnered with a few education providers for IIBA, and we're looking forward to further engagement with education providers, and then co-creation of events to brand. So every time that we're sending communications, we are also trying to sell IIBA. That's going to be one of the take-home from this partnership. So we are advertising IIBA to our customers to say, you can actually do IIBA when you want to. You don't have to pay the money up front, and then we'll pay in simple installments. So thank you very much to the leaders, the outgoing leaders, and well done to you. And this is me saying congratulations also to the incoming leaders. And I wish you the best in your tenure. And I am hopeful, or I'm looking forward to a fruitful partnership with the IIBA Nigerian chapter. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Much for that brief introduction of Alt Bank to the chapter. Please, if you have any questions or you need clarifications regarding what she just said, feel free to reach out to her or post on our WhatsApp community channel. Would channel all questions appropriately to her. Okay, yeah. So those of us that are not on WhatsApp yet, the community on WhatsApp, please scan the QR code. And I know yesterday a couple of persons were complaining that the link wasn't functional, right? So please just, can I have someone scan and confirm to me if it is functional or not? It's functional, right? Awesome. Thank you so much. So we are at the point where in a typical Nigerian setting, they say item 7. Right? So we're going to go for our lunch break now. But to make things a bit more organized and orderly, I'll advise us to just wait a bit. Let's our special guests that are seated here go first. Then we can then go table by table, right? So that we have a well-organized and orderly proceeding. Thank you so much. Thanks for your cooperation. Thanks for your understanding. And the lunch break is for 30 minutes because we've really stretched with time. We really appreciate the fact that we gave people a lot of time to ask questions, provide feedback. So let's try to see how to manage the little time we have to have our lunch. So we'll be back here. This is it's 3:00. So by 3:30, should be seated to continue with the event. Thank you so much. No problem. 3:31. Thank you so much, and see you guys in 30 minutes. Hope we enjoyed our meal, or are we overfed? If you're overfed, let me see your hand up. 10,000 to whoever is overfed. 50,000 to whoever is overfed. Interesting. Thank you so much. So we are gradually making progress, and we are at the point where we want to have one of the most important sections of today's AGM, which is where we'll introduce and induct the new crop of leaders that will be taking various leadership positions to ensure that IIBA Nigerian chapter is IIBA Nigeria chapter moves forward, and the growth, the progress that we've made so far is maintained and improved upon. So to do that, join me in welcoming our current. She's still current. So nobody should address her as past or outgoing. Our current IIBA Nigerian chapter president, Madam Sylvia Nwoko, as she will be introducing and also inducting the new leadership within the chapter. Thank you so much. Please, you can do better. You can do better.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Genesis. But just before I do that, let me do one last activity before I hand over. Yesterday, when we had the breakout session, we had 3 panelists planned to handle these, and one was unavoidably absent. And we had an amazing volunteer who stepped up and led Group 3, Nancy. And so we'd like to recognize her. Nancy, can you please come forward? We'd like to thank you specially for stepping up and speaking up. And so we'd like to present this to you. Move over here. And so on behalf of IIBA Nigeria chapter, we'd like to present this to you as a token of appreciation for honoring us, for first of all attending the conference, and then honoring us and stepping up to fill the gap, and so gracefully. So please accept it. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And so I must say, serving as your president for the past 3 years has been so rewarding. It's been such an honor. We've learned, we've grown, and we've built a strong foundation. And so I am so proud and so confident and so happy to hand over the baton to this new set of leaders that I am so sure will take this chapter to a much greater height. And so let me introduce them. As I call them up, I will start. We have a few existing members on the board who would remain. So I will start with the fresh ones, the new ones. We have Kuburat Abubakar as the new Director of Communications. A round of applause. Unfortunately, she's not with us in person, so she should be online. Kuburat, if you can hear us, put on your video. If the live streaming can show her, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Kuburat Abubakar is our new Director of Communications. Okay. Next, we have Simisola Alabi as the new Secretary. Woohoo! Next, I would call on Taiwo Pupola as the Director of Membership. Aren't you guys excited to have new leaders? Come on, clap some more. Next, I have Tobilola Odofin as the Director of Professional Development. And then we have, particularly excited about this one, Lara Yeku as the Director of Sponsorship. Sponsorship. We have Abidemi Balogun as the Director of Events. Yes, he has already promised he's taking you all to a cool hotel next year, right? Okay. So now going to the directors you already know, but holding new portfolios. We have Genesis. I have a challenge with the surname. Genesis. Help me. Wenyoku. As your Director of Regional Education and Partnership. And next we have Fisayo Adeyemi, remains the treasurer. We have Sheyi Obadimeji, director of operations. And finally, what you've all been waiting for. We have as the new IIBA Nigeria chapter president, Mr. Temitope Sofule. And so very quickly, just come close, stay together. So you all just repeat after me and put your name in the gap. I do swear, solemnly swear to uphold this responsibility bestowed upon me to the lawyers, help me out, to the best of my abilities. So help me God. And so I would like to congratulate the new IIBA Nigeria chapter board of directors. Standing ovation for them, please. Before I give the microphone to the current president of the IIBA Nigeria chapter, I just wondered if Koketso or Delvin would want to say a word.
I was saying to Delvin earlier that it's between the two of you who's going to be present. But congratulations, guys. I think personally, I must give probably a bit of an anecdote. When I came into the IIBA, I started working with Sylvia in the background, and I remember some of the struggles that she used to have. And I think for you, Sylvia, this is a dream to see a team as big as this, right? So it's a testament to all the work that you've done. I'm sorry, I know I'm supposed to be speaking about you guys. I'm getting there, but I also just need to give kudos to you as well for all the work that you've done in mobilizing the volunteers and getting the board to be filled to this level. But to the new leadership team, congratulations to you guys, and I certainly do hope that, as you said in your vows, that you swear to obviously serve the best interest of the Nigerian community. And sitting in here, we did hear all of the feedback from the community. Some may happen, some may not happen immediately. But obviously, we do know with Mr. Temitope steering the ship, with no doubt that the voices of the membership and all those outside of the membership, the community at large, will be heard. And congratulations to each and every one of you, and all of the best.
Thank you so much, Koketso. And so may I especially appeal to all of you to please rally around this new team and give them all the support that is required. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to serve. Thank you.
And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up,
Thank you so much, everyone. So first of all, I'm going to say to this new team, I think I should allow you guys to go and sit down, right? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Stand up for the champions, stand up.
All right. So this is going to be my first speech as the president of the IIBA Nigeria. Thank you. In fact, I don't know where to start from that one. So, first of all, let me say a big thank you, especially to our distinguished guests, Delvin Fletcher and Koketsu. It's a great opportunity and privilege to have you in our midst, and especially, when a new set of team, is coming on board to steer, the ship in the right direction. And also, I'm going to say thank you to the fellow professionals from different industry domains, right? And also our board members, friends of the IIBA community. It is with deep gratitude and humility that I stand before you today as the newly elected IIBA Nigeria president. I sincerely want to thank you for this honor and the trust you've placed in me to lead this exceptional community of business analysis professionals. Now, first, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the outgoing president, Sylvia. Sylvia has been a wonderful personality. Like we all know, she resides in Abuja, and, the things she gets done, right? Even while in Abuja, it amazes me. And, sometimes when we're having programs or events like this, and then, she assigns tasks and duties and we'll be like checking up on us. And what have you done? Have you done this? Have you done that? And then, while I was still trying to say, okay, madam, I'll try and get it done. In the next 1 hour, she said, you know what? Don't worry. I've just sorted this out. I've sorted this out. I've sorted this out, right? It's been so, wonderful of her. She's so committed. She has that drive, that energy. And, this is what we are going to take to the next level. I want to say thank you so much for, that efforts that you have given to this association. Now, your efforts have laid a strong foundation, and I'm equally honored and ready to build on it. As we move forward, it is clear that the world around us is evolving rapidly, driven by digital transformation, data intelligence, and the growing demand for strategic thinking. In this landscape, the role of business analyst has never been more important. Our 2025 conference theme, From Insights to Trillions, the New Frontier of Business Analysis, is a timely reminder that business analysis is the engine behind innovation, growth, and value creation. Now, as part of our strategic expansion drive, we are committed to deepening chapters reach across Nigeria, ensuring that professionals in all regions have access to the knowledge, the tools, the opportunities that business analysis offers. So when you look at Nigeria, you realize that we have a peculiar context, right? And one of the things I've seen so far, I think it's good to say that I've been in business analysis right from 2011, and I've seen a whole lot. I've seen the import of business analysis. I know what it can do for any professional. I know where it could take you to, and with this dynamic team, I know, we're ready for the task. As it is, the gap I'm talking about is the fact that someone talked about it, that it seems things happen in Lagos only. It seems that energy is only in Lagos. We need to democratize this. We need to get to Abuja, let that energy go there. We need to go to Port Harcourt, right? Now, we have this strategic expansion drive, and we are committed to deepening the chapter's reach across Nigeria, ensuring that professionals in all regions have access to the knowledge, tools, and opportunities that BA offers. Now, to support this effort, we are introducing a new leadership role. All right? I'm sure for our guest, you'll be wondering, we mentioned the Director of Regional Education and Partnership. So we introduced that because of our context, right? So as to be able to plug that gap, right? And the person that is going to be taking this role is Genesis, right? Our MC guy, right? Having known him for some years, and I've seen what he's been able to do, I feel and I strongly believe that he will be able to take up that role and really drive it to our expectation. Now, Genesis is going to play a key role in expanding access to business analysis, education beyond major states and cities, right? It's going to forge institutional and corporate partnerships across regions, also connecting professionals to the global IIBA resources, also promoting certification, mentorship, and growth opportunities across undeserved areas. So yesterday I listened to, I think it was the new, I'm trying to remember now, there is this panelist, I think Bumi Teru. She talked about the skills for the next frontier. Thank you. Right? And there is this particular person who came from Adamawa in the north, the core north. And I realized, he was talking about the fact that I'm a CBAP. I reside in Adamawa. And even in my organization, right, I see that I'm just the one there, but yet they don't know the import of business analysis right in his organization. Now, places like that, right, our presence needs to be there, right? We want to be able to get to places like Adamawa, get to places like Osun State, get to places like Enugu, right? And let them feel what business analysis is about. So this role is central to our own vision, this new leadership, and equally, it's central to our mission of fostering inclusive growth, okay, and empowering analysts nationwide. In strengthening our governance, I'm also going to advise all the executives to become fully acquainted with the chapter's bylaws, right, which are essential to guiding our decisions, maintaining structure, and upholding the values of IIBA. To the newly appointed executives, I charge you to bring your A game. And I'm going to really take up on this. Everybody needs to bring their A game, right? It's not going to be business as usual. There's work to be done. And right from the feedback, we all could see where we are and where we want to be, right? I really appreciate all your feedbacks. And for me, we've actually just done business analysis, analyzing the current state with those feedbacks, right? And it's just something we are taking in, right, on the board, and we make sure that, we deliver according to your expectation. So a new culture has emerged, the one that demands bold ideas, daring leadership. I want someone who is going to rise up and say, this is what we need to do. I'm going to take it up and I'm going to drive it. I need the support of the board. That is the kind of person I want. We need to work. We need to do stuff. We need to bring ideas on the table and, let's get things done. The future belongs to those who are willing to lead with courage. We don't want to be tapping our backs before we work, right? We want someone that will work out of his own inclination that things have to be done. The effect of business analysis needs to be seen and needs to be known. Who think beyond limits and act with purpose. We will continue to invest in initiatives that empower analysts at all levels, foster collaboration, and position IIBA Nigeria as a leading force in the future of business analysis, locally and globally. To all members, this is your chapter. Everybody seated here, this is your chapter. You belong to IIBA Nigeria. And I'm very grateful once again for those feedbacks. Like I said, there is this caption that feedback is the food of champions. There is this advert, is it Milo or Cowbell, that feedback is the meat for champion, right? Oh, thank you, right? So I think another advert to use it as well. Thank you. So, and as your president, I pledge to serve with transparency, purpose, and a deep commitment to collective success. Together, let's ensure that Nigeria business analysts are not just part of the transformation. We don't want to be part of the transformation, but we want to lead it. Thank you once again for this opportunity. I look forward to the journey ahead and with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause to Temi Tope Shofule, who is the new chapter president. Come and sit. Come on. Okay. So that brings us to the end of the session today. That brings us to the end of today's events. I believe we've all had an exciting time. I believe it's been a very good time seeing our faces, and not just seeing our faces, but discussing how we can move the Nigerian chapter of IIBA forward to the next level. To help us close out today's events, allow me to welcome the new Director of Sponsorship, Lara Yeku, to help give a closing remark and also adjournment of the AGM. Please, a round of applause.
All right. Thank you, Genesis. Wow. Responsibility starts now with immediate effect. Have you all had a great time? Didn't sound like you've had a great time. Have you all had a great time? Yes. Thank you so much. Standing on all existing protocol, I would like to formally say a big thank you to our guests for your leadership, for your share of wealth of wisdom. Thank you so much for coming. Delvin, right? Sorry, my boss in the office is Devlin. He's a Briton. His name is Devlin. Yours is Delvin. So I had to really ensure I'm calling your name correctly. Thank you so much. And Koteso, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for your leadership. It's really amazing when you get leaders who work with you on your journey of transformation. Because for me, IIBA Nigeria chapter, we are on a journey of transformation. And it's really good to know that we have leaders who can support us, who can hold our hands, who can lead us all the way. So thank you so much for your time. We'd also like to appreciate the outgoing board of directors for all that you have done. Honestly, you have laid an amazing foundation for the new set of board of directors to thrive on and then sustain the growth. And more importantly, like our president has just challenged us to take it to a higher level by bringing on board our A game. Thank you so much. I would also like to appreciate all participants, all our guests, all members of IIBA Nigeria chapter, all aspiring members. Thank you so much for your time. It has really been an insightful 2 days learning session because you were here to contribute, to share your knowledge, to share your thoughts with us. Thank you. I'd also like to appreciate the new team, my new team members, colleagues, board of directors. I'm really looking forward to this team because already I love the energy and the vibrancy that I feel. And I'm really looking forward to us bringing our A game, not just to transform. For me, it's exceptional transformation. I would like to appreciate everyone that has contributed to the planning and organization of this program in the last 2 days. Thank you for all that you've done. More important for me is when we all leave here today, let's leave here with a mindset to lead a change. We are not just going to be part of the change and transformation, but we would lead it because the change we all seek starts with us. So it's a challenge for us to leave here today with a resolve in our mind that we're going to own something and lead a change. On that note, I would like to appreciate everyone as I bring this AGM 2025 to a close. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Okay, so who is going to move the motion to adjourn the meeting? Red cap chief, yes. Seconded by, okay. Thank you. Seconded by. Thank you so much. On that note, we hereby move the motion for adjournment. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
All right, thank you so much, everyone. It's been wonderful. I wish us a very safe trip back home. And please, let's not lose touch. Let's ensure we keep connecting and collaborating. Thank you.
And it's a wrap.
Hello. For the new board members, can we come to take a picture in front, along with Delvin, Ukaiso, and Sylvia? Want to take a picture? So the new board.
She got my back, but I'm happy that everything I do is for my woman. Anything I saw where you talk, I go do. Me, I know they see another girl for my visuals. Loving you, now in my ritual. You don't go to my my iPhone and cheddar. You make a bicycle and a boy well up. Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend, pendant. I thought we in this together.
Please come forward.
Show you my best friend, I give you my last cash,
please come forward.
Everything I do, I under 50, under. Me under be under 50, understand. That's the way you do me,
Our new board of directors, please come